the oaks stand tall, a warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards. Steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades glint, moonlit and cold. Tight and grip, stories untold. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knives, fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. Acorns scatter, but knives he keeps. A forest arsenal, the shadows weep. Leather sheaths tied to his chest. A rodent armed, none dare contest. Dry branches creak, the hunt begins. A squirrel's cold, sharp as his protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knife, fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme.
Is this thing working? Hey, EDC Squirrel here. How's everybody doing? Hold on. Trying to figure out what the heck's going on over here. Things are being wonky. I thought I charged my mic. I went to just test it, and it was still taking a charge by the time I started this up. So I'm hoping it doesn't die on me. I do have a backup. So keeping my fingers crossed. Hey, Morgan. Hey, Terry. How are you doing? Okay, so let me see here. I'm just adjusting my mic. So excuse me for all the sounds here. Okay, I think I'm good. Camera's up. Everything's good. Got my hands all lotioned up. There we go. Okay, so had a decent Christmas and pretty relaxing. Spent way too much money. Oh gosh, how's it going, Terry? Hope everybody had a good Christmas and got whatever they might have had on their wish list. Let's see here. I'm not sure where to start. I know I did get quite a few things this Christmas. All those knives and no blonde. No. Oh, are you talking about? Hold on. We got this one. Don't ask why. There you go. There's your blonde wig. I did get quite a few, not a lot, but like I said, things have been kind of, I've been kind of skint because of the holidays. But I did get a few things. Thankfully, they had a lot of Christmas deals this year, and I actually got a few. I got a few packages this morning, right before the stream, so kind of lucked out. Let's start off like we always do. We're going to start off with a lot of the new stuff that I got for the week. and then we'll move on to just whatever random stuff is going on. So, first things first, let's see here. I've got cases, I've got all this other stuff. Oh, this might be interesting. First thing that I've got, this one was from Kaiser, already unboxed because I've been using it. Anybody that knows me knows I was a big fan of, I gotta move some cases. A big fan of the Kaiser drop bears. Kaiser drop bears have been fantastic. Crossbar lock knives. They're just perfect size for me to carry EDC. Not to mention, they're some of the smoothest crossbar lock knives I've ever had and used. I've carried this one in particular a lot. This one's a drop bear. And thumb studs, drop point blade, crossbar lock. I've got two of them. That's how much I liked them so much. This one has clear acrylic, so you can see the Omega springs, which I think is actually kind of handy because a lot of people complain about Omega springs breaking. I haven't had an Omega spring break on me yet. But this is kind of nice because then you can see. Obviously, you'd probably feel it if a spring broke. I like this one so much, I ended up getting a second one. Very similar. But these Kaiser drop bears they're one of the more popular crossbar lock knives on the market still today. But they have had an upgrade, and I did do a video on this before, or earlier when I first got this knife. They did do an upgrade earlier this year, and I finally managed to pick one up. This is called the Drop Bear 2. And when they released the Drop Bear 2, they released more than... Now, I have a sheep's foot blade one, as you can see here, sheep's foot blade profile. And they have other blade shapes that they released. I think they have a clip point. They still have the original drop points like these were. But the biggest upgrade that they did was they came out with a top liner lock, which is a button actuated lock as opposed to the crossbar lock. And top liner locks have been kind of all the rage recently this year. They're extremely solid locking systems. The button used to release the blade works really well. Super smooth. They kind of act like liner locks, except you don't have to worry about passing your thumb across a spot where a blade's going to be moving. And just an overall awesome upgrade to the Drop Bear line. They also have different handle materials. This one's done in a rich light. So the Drop Bear line, Drop Bear 2 has just increased substantially. And I had to finally pick one up because I got this one on sale, if I remember correctly. I'm confused now as to like what knives I got on sale and what knives were like, I used credits and all this other fun stuff for the year. So this one's a cool one. Oh, and one fantastic thing about this is it's not just a regular black coating. They used, I don't know how they managed to do it on this knife and still keep it under $100, but they use a DLC coating. So we have a Nitro V steel blade with a DLC coating, and what a DLC coating is, DLC stands for diamond-like coating, which means it's a very strong, very tough coating, very wear resistant. Now, admittedly, with a lot of use, it'll probably end up wearing down eventually, but it'll last a lot longer than your typical like PVD or, just regular paint coated knives. And I thought that was really interesting that they managed to do it on a knife that was this inexpensive, because if I remember correctly, this runs around $60 to $70 maybe at the most. And I don't normally see DLC coatings on knives under $100. So that was really, really interesting. Now, time will tell as to how long that coating will last, but like I said, it's supposed to be a diamond-like coating, it's supposed to be really tough, really wear resistant. So we'll see. My only complaint I had with this knife, I did a video on this one already, was that it was sharp out of the box, but not nearly as sharp as a lot of the Kaisers that I've had. And I ended up having to strop it a little bit, actually, in the video that I made. But it's dropped up really well. And razor sharp. I'm going to try. Actually, I haven't done this yet. I'm going to test this out. And all I did was strop it on some leather. Do you like this one? I love this type of blade. I love this shape. Now, before, if I was using the knife, I could cut through paper pretty cleanly. But actually, where's some magazine paper? I thought, hey, I forgot to get some prepared. It just occurred to me. Let me see if I can find some real quick. Gosh darn it. I knew I forgot to prepare something. That was the magazine. Okay. Well, I know I had more magazine paper around here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's amazing how quickly I went through all my magazine paper. And it's not like I get a lot of magazines, but holy, you know, I'm just gonna use some printer paper. Do we have any lightweight stuff? Until I figure out what I do with my magazines. They kind of got buried. I like magazine paper because it tears so easily. Like, magazine paper is really fragile. So if you don't have a sharp knife, you just end up ripping the magazine to shreds. And it's a real good way to tell how sharp the knife is. You'd think, I mean, magazine paper is easy to cut through, but it's just, it tears so easily. Okay, so here's some printer paper. I stropped it up really well. Oops, caught the choil there. So nice and sharp. I don't think I was able to get it that clean when I took it out of the box the first time. So it did need a little honing. Let's see if we can do this. Unsupported. Yep. There we go. I started a little high. I'm trying to be careful. I don't want to cut my mat. And then back onto the paper. So still pretty sharp. I could probably do it a little bit more honing because I didn't spend all that much time on it. Literally just ran it over a few times if you watch the video. For like maybe half a minute. But nice and sharp now. Now the printer paper tears pretty easily too. So I might do a little bit more work on it. But it seems to be holding up pretty well. We'll try this again on the other side. Yeah. Yeah, before, if I tried that little cut on a cardboard tube, what would end up happening is I just end up, I'm going to use the blunt side or the spine, I would just end up doing this. So, vast improvement. I don't know why this one was not like the others, because the other Kaisers I've had were razor sharp out of the box. This is the only one that I recall I needed to do any honing on right out of the box. But I was able to get it back up into shape. And then notice some wear on the DLC on the coating. Where's my cloth? I pulled all my knives out, but I forgot to grab everything else that I typically use. Everything else is buried. There we are. That, let's see if that wipes off. Yeah. Just debris from the cardboard. Coating still looks pristine. Ooh, gotta be careful. I felt it dig into the cloth. So there we go. Back to looking brand spanking new. Edge is holding up. So pretty cool knife from Kaiser. Again, they do have other blade shapes in these. Yeah, this is my drop bear. This is the drop bear 2 that I just got. You probably saw the video. And how you doing, Sirens? Start asking neighbors to save any that... What, the tubes? or the magazines, probably. I'm going to start asking about the magazines. I know I have another magazine. I just don't know where I put it. But I'm really liking it. Also liking the scales. This one's Rich Light scales, which I believe were used for countertops in the past. Maybe still are. But this is only like maybe my second knife with Rich Light. The other one that I got was a Kaiser also called the Seagull that I really, really liked. And I'm really enjoying the handles. The Rich Light's nice and grippy without even any real texturing on this one. Not too slick feeling. I don't know why they're all the Rich Light I've seen. Oh no, I do have another one from Case that's tan. I was gonna say the other two, or the two from Kaiser, are this color. But the Case knife that I have that has Rich Light on it is tan in color. So really cool knife. That one was from Kaiser. That's one of the first new ones. I got another knife from the Monthly Knife Club that I thought was pretty interesting. Yeah, the magazines. No, I got it. There's a little lag in my chat. Let me put these away. How was your Christmas, guys? How was everything going with yours? I know I've asked on my video game channel. Some of you guys have frequent my video game channel. There we go. This one is from Best Tech. This came from the Monthly Knife Club. You saw the drop bear for a deep discount on Amazon? Yes. There was a good discount on Amazon. I don't know if it's still available at discount, but there were some good deals this holiday season. I grabbed a lot. This Best Tech is called the Mothis. And like I said, I got this from Monthly Knife Club. I did a video, I believe, on this one. I don't recall if I put the video out yet or not, or if I still have to edit it, come to think of it. Now I'm going to check. I can't remember. But I was working on videos earlier this week. I know I dropped the Kaiser video. Oh yeah, I did. It's the Monthly Knife Club video. Yeah, this is the first one I did this week, or this last week. The Best Tech Mothis. Now it's got a thumb disc. It is a crossbar lock. It came with extra springs in the box. Reversible pocket clip, which is inset, and deep carry, which is also really nice. I normally am not the biggest fan of these thumb discs as opposed to a thumb stud, but this one works really well. And I really like the color on this. That copper, some people call it copper. I guess this would be a copper. I've heard rose gold, but it doesn't look as rose goldy. Mind of Milton. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? How was your holidays? So yeah, I'm still kind of here and there on the thumb discs, but because normally every thumb disc, and I haven't tried that many, but every thumb disc that I've come across up until this point has been kind of weird feeling. This one is one of the few that seems to work really well, even though it feels like it's really close to the scale. It's still really easy for me to use it with my thumb. I can even reverse flick this without any problem whatsoever. It's actually pretty easy to reverse flick. G10 scales, if I recall. Again, nice crossbar lock on this with extra springs. And thumb disc. There's no jimping on the back, but that thumb disc makes for a nice little spot to push your thumb against. And just an overall pretty decent blade. I don't recall these being terribly expensive. Again, I got mine from Monthly Knife Club. And my tier is the tier 2, which I spend $55 a month plus tax, shipping, handling, and tax. If I remember correctly, these were running about $68. So I'm like right around there. So in terms of cost for the Monthly Knife Club and cost for the knife itself. But a nice little surprise from Best Tech. I've really enjoyed the Best Tech knives that I've gotten. I don't think I've had a Bestech knife that I haven't liked yet. Bestech Man, which is their budget brand, also pretty nice. It's just the only thing, again, is just getting used to that weird feeling of the thumb disc, but it works well on this one. But yeah, around $68 for the Mothis. Another one that I got this week. Anybody got any new knives this week? I know Morgan got a bunch of stuff from me that ended up going to her family. And I hope they really enjoyed. I heard it was pretty chaotic. Now I'm putting these back in the box only because I haven't recorded them as part of my collection yet. And this basically just reminds me I've got to add them to my spreadsheet. I try to keep a spreadsheet of the knives I own. So I've had a bad habit before, especially with traditional knives, of forgetting what I have. And I've been known to accidentally buy a knife. I think the worst case was I bought a knife like three times because I just completely forgot that I've owned it or bought it. And then I realized, looking at my collection, I had 3 of the same knife. Waylon, how you doing? Okay, more coffees. So that was the Bestech. That was the Kaiser. Trying to think of anything else that I got this week that I've already done a video of, but I don't think. I think that might be it. What else did I get in here? I got. Oh, this one was one I did get this week that I did open. Wasn't sure I was going to do a video. I don't know who makes this. Did I hit my camera? I hit my camera, didn't I? I gotta find a new stand. I tend to kick this thing all the time. Moving on my toe. There we go. This one is a traditional knife, Second Amendment Trapper. I don't know who makes this. All I know, let me look this up. I forgot to check it. I was going to look this up, but I completely forgot. But this is the part number. It's made in China. But I saw it on Whatnot, and I just like the look. And you'll see in a little bit. UK6604. Let me look this up because I don't know the manufacturer. It just says Second Amendment Trapper on it. And it's got a neat little gun shield on there. Bud K. It shows up on Bud K. Baldwin? No. Something else. Kennesaw Cutlery has it. Bud K has it. Let me check Kennesaw Cutlery. I don't know of any. Okay. Oh, good to know. I paid about. I paid retail. So this has bone handles, jig bone handles, Second Amendment engravings, stainless steel blades. This is a trapper, so it's a two-bladed. I don't see a manufacturer. Yeah. Okay, so they don't have one listed either. But anyway, yeah, I saw it on Whatnot. It went for pretty cheap. I think I paid for about $30 on it. I do like trappers. I like collecting those. Again, jigged black bone. There's the, I think it's a 1911. No, that looks like I'm guessing it's either, oh crap. I'm forgetting my firearms. My brother has one of these. It's either that or a Desert Eagle, but I'm going to go with Beretta. That's it. Looks kind of like it might be a Beretta. And only thing you've gotten here lately is from where? Screws and pocket clips? They're talking about Whatnot? There's the engraving on, you got your clip point, your California clip point, and a spade blade. Close look at the engravings. Second Amendment, the original Homeland Security. And then you can have my guns when you pry them from my cold, dead hands. Now, the engraving, I didn't do anything with this knife yet. This could probably use a little cleaning. Where's my polishing cloth? I was just staring at it. There. Gotta be a little careful with the polishing cloth because I don't want to rub any engravings off, but okay, that's better. I wasn't sure if the engraving was messed up or it was just a little dirty, but managed to just clean it. It was just a little dirty. There we go. That looks much better after a quick wipe. Yeah, I can't find a manufacturer on this one. And I don't see any other marking on it. I'm looking at the tang or towards the pivot. We've got stainless and China on the back of this, on the back of the clip point. But other than that, I don't see any other manufacturer. The funny thing is, now I can't say anything about how good the steel is. This could very well just be a showpiece and the steel could be kind of poop. But the funny thing is it is relatively clean. I can see some stuff in the well. I haven't cleaned this out yet. But as far as action on there, it's got a nice snap to it. The blades are actually pretty well centered. Now, it doesn't say what kind of stainless steel, so I'm going to bet it's either going to be a 440, like 440 HC, or even maybe a 420 something. I don't know. All I know is it says it's stainless. It is pretty sharp to the touch. Not razor, but let's see. Where's that paper? I was going to test the one blade. Oh, that's pretty good. There's a catch here. It might be okay. Thought I felt something on the blade, but whatever it was, maybe it was like a slight burr, but just either it fell off or I don't feel it anymore. Yeah, surprisingly sharp. That's the first time I've cut anything with it. So I don't know what kind of steel is on it, but action-wise, you know, I close it. It's got a good snap. It's not hitting the spring, so it's not flattening any portion of the knife. I don't know if the bone is sealed with anything, but there's some natural, like, inclusions in the bone. You can see where the dye for the black didn't take all the way, which is something that generally happens on bone. You'll have some lighter areas. So either it's real bone or very well simulated bone. I wish I knew the manufacturer, because I'm not seeing any mark or anything on this other than the engraving they put on the blades themselves. But pretty cool. Cost me about $30. I like it. Not to mention the fact that, you know, I'm down with the Second Amendment, so that works for me. From some unbranded Chinese factory. But the funny thing is, as far as I can tell right now, they did a pretty damn good job on it. It's more of a showpiece. It's not something that I could see like using a whole lot of because of the engraving on the blade. So it's more of something that would probably just go on a small display, have the blades out, you know, something like that. So it wasn't a very expensive knife either. So I'm not too concerned with, like, you know, how well it's going to function, but it functions, at least in terms of blade movement and everything, functions pretty well. Still pretty neat. So that was one I got from Whatnot. Who did I get that from? I'm trying to remember who I got that from. I got that from Rev D, I think it was, on Whatnot. So thank you to him. I do most of my buying from Chasing Blades. You guys know that, but every once in a while I'll poke around. I'll find something interesting. And the last one that I opened up, the rest of the packages are unopened because I got them today. This one is from Going Gear, also from Whatnot. And this one is from Vosteed. This, if I recall correctly, was a collaboration piece between Vosteed and Going Gear, and it's a limited run for this particular knife. Can I open this without hurting my thumb? This is going to be a butthead. It should be a limited run for this knife, or for the color, like I said. The knife itself is still readily available, but I don't know if the color is going to be available any longer. I don't know how many of these that they made. All I know is it's supposed to be a limited run. We've got what's this? This Vanguard Swish Open the Joy. What? Vosteed Vancor system. So this is a Vancor lock knife. A Vancor lock knife is a button on the pivot. Here's your warranty card. We have the Vosteed Raccoon. Going Gear. Oh, collaboration. That's the word I was. Did I say that word? Collaboration? And a Vosteed. Wow, that's bright orange. Microfiber cleaning cloth. We're just going to leave that all in there. So that's pretty cool. And then some, whatever the hell this is. It's super dry. You got the pouch. You have some nice pouches. And the knife itself. And I've been wanting one of these for a while. I know which one this is. The Vosteed Corgi. This is a small Corgi. Let me see here. Let me just tuck this back in here. I've been wanting one of these Corgis for a while. This is I think they come in two sizes. This is a smaller one, has a front flipper on it, or the Vancor lock. And if I recall, yeah, okay, there is, I don't know if you'd call it a rear flipper, because there's jimping on the back here. And it doesn't really jut out, but you can, yeah, you just run your finger over the jimping and it'll pop out. Now, this is the Vancor lock. Like I said, the button's on the pivot. So all you have to do to unlock or close, press down on the button, and it releases the blade. You can also use that to flip the blade out. And of course, it's got a front flipper, which might take me a little while to get used to on this one. I notice my finger tends to want to hit the jimping back there, so it slows me down. There we go. All in all, not hard. I normally really like front flippers. They're like my favorite ones to use. They're just fun. There we go. Nice, good snap on that. And this color is what I'm talking about, was a collaboration between Vosteed and Going Gear. So we have what looks like a copper G10. Like a copper foil G10. I don't know. Does it say? Either way, I thought it looked really cool. So copper dune blade. Oh, okay. Raffir, Raffir resin noble. Oh, it's a resin noble handle. I've seen a Spyderco like this that I really, really wanted, but it was really expensive. Okay, so I guess Raffir is the designer of this handle. Oh, that looks really cool. There's a 3D effect here. You can see where the layers kind of dip in. And I don't know how to explain it, but that's fantastic looking. There was a Spyderco. They did a pair of 3 on this, or with this handle, and I really, really wanted one, but I wasn't sure if it was, I wasn't sure what the handles actually look like. And now that I've got a Raffir Noble in my hand, I kind of want it. Now I gotta look. Spyderco, Para 3 Raffir Noble. I can't remember. It's let's see here. What do they say? It's a resin. So it's not, I don't believe it's G10. And oh no, it wasn't a pair of 3. I'm sorry, it was a Spyderco Chaparral. Rafir Noble. Yeah, they run like $250. It's a backlog too, which is I think another reason why I was like, I'm not sure if I want one yet. Although the backlogs have been pretty cool with the Spydercos. I have to admit that I've got like 2 knives with backlocks from them, and they've been pretty damn nice. The only other thing about the Chaparral, I don't know what kind of steel it was. I know we're talking. I know I have the Vosteed out, but now that I have a look at the handle, I'm trying to remember what the Spyderco that I was looking at was. Dane, step away from the search engine. Oh god, no, too late. I'm already on it. I'm pretty sure I saved it somewhere at some point. And there it is. Oh, okay, it's not as bad as I thought. It's CTS XHP. I'm not too familiar with the steel. But it's a perfect size in terms of knife or blade length. I am seeing it on Amazon for $185. Oof. I don't know if they have it anywhere else though. You've been looking at the corgis with the copper scales? I thought they had copper scales. From what I understand, the Going Gear collaboration is just a combination of the Rafir Noble scales and then the copper Dune blade. I think it's still possible to get a copper Dune blade, but maybe not in this particular combination unless it's from Going Gear. And I don't know of how limited they were going. So I don't know if they're more available or if they're all sold out. I don't know. Okay, I don't see. Okay, so it looks like the only place we can get one is Amazon for 185 for the. I was just really curious because now that I have one of these scales, now that I know what they look like, they're nice. Got a reversible pocket clip, wire pocket clip. Again, this has the Vancor lock, which is supposed to be really secure, really kind of neat. I have a few other knives that have pivot locks, but this is my first Vancor lock from Vosteed, and I have to admit that's pretty neat. Bit of a sharpening choil there. I do like that they have this jimping that you can just roll your finger over. It's just a neat way to flip the blade out. So pretty fidgety. I like the front flipper already. Nice and snappy. The Vancor lock makes this really easy to use. That's pretty cool. I really like the scales. The scales are freaking awesome. Now I really want that Chaparral. I didn't know how I was going to look until I got this one, and I'm glad I got this one. I can't remember how much I got this for. I know it went for a little more than your standard corgi. I can't recall how much. This one was. It says this is 14C28N steel, so I like the steel on that one. Where did I put the bag this came in, or the box this came in? Do I have my invoice? Oh, and it came with this, which I had to look this up. Hold on, because I don't know what this is. I have to look this up. X0151. It's a Vosteed thing, but it looks like a leather strap with button snaps. Hold on a second. I need to tear this open. What is this? Because I forgot this was in the bag also. It's made by Vosteed. It's branded by Vosteed, or I believe it's branded by Vosteed. What is this? Is this just okay? Made out of leather. Decently thick. I don't know what this is. Can I take it open or is it permanent? I don't know. I can open it up. Excuse me. I don't know what this is. It came with it. It's branded by Vosteed Knife Group, Vosteed Cutlery. It's interesting that I had to tear the thing open. But now I'm curious as to what this is. Hold on a second. I completely forgot what I was checking in the first place. Where did I put that package? I wanted to see how much I paid for this one. Does it say? No, it doesn't say. I'll have to check Whatnot. But pretty awesome blade. What was it? What did I say it was? Where's that part number? X0151. It looks like a belt loop, but it's tiny, and you can't. Well, could be a keychain. Hold on, Vosteed X0151. Winding tool? That doesn't sound right. The hell am I winding? Going Gear has it on their website, but doesn't see anything about it. Knife Center. Where's Vosteed's website? Vosteed mention anything about this? Really? Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what it is. It's not. As far as a winding tool, that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I don't know what that could be. Let me check Vosteed's website directly. Just enter it on their thing. It didn't come up on Google. 0151. Cable strap, not for sale. That's what it says on. Okay, that's it. Cable straps, X0151, not for sale, although it says $5. Why is it not for sale? But they have it for $5. I'm confuzzled. This product is one piece only. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's too small to. I mean, you can put it on your keychain, I guess. That'd be cool. But Vosteed calls it a cable. What did I say it was? A cable strap. Oh. Joke's on you, Vosteed. I can add it to the cart for $5. Yeah, that's all I got on this. Blade HQ. What Blade HQ has the same thing. What does it say? Oh no, they don't. I was wrong. Knives Plus, Knife Center has the number, but it says it doesn't return any results. Well, you don't help me whatsoever. Knife Country USA calls it a winding tool, which sure as hell doesn't seem to be to me. Cable straps, not for sale. Yeah, that's it. I guess like holding your cables together. But Going Gear tossed it in with there, or in with a knife. So I don't know, but kind of neat, I guess. As soon as I figure out what it's, I'm gonna put it in the box with that. But other than that, really cool little knife. I like it. How long is this one? Where's my measuring tape and stuff? Because I know this is a smaller one. We've got a blade length of just under 2.5 inches. I'm going to guess, just from all the other numbers I see on other knives, 2.47. A wild guess. I like it. I've been wanting a corgi for a while. I saw this on Going Gear, and Going Gear generally does really great deals and stuff. So I couldn't help pick it up. That, and I just thought it looked neat. And now that I have it in hand, it's even prettier to hand than it was on the screen. So that is really friggin' cool. That's the corgi. So that was another acquisition this week. We are just going to go ahead and shove that back in the box for now until oh my God, what did I do here? Why are you not laying? Why do you feel like you're not laying? There we go. Flat. Or is it because I have the strap in there? Might be because I have the strap in there. the cable tie, whatever that is. There you go. So that was the Voss seed. That was another acquisition. Now everything else actually just literally came in today. So we are going to take a peek and see, because you know me, I can't remember half the shit that I get. This one was from Rev D Walker. Oh no, that's the Second Amendment knife. What am I saying? Let's see. This one was from, I don't know. I know this was a Whatnot buy. But I don't know who this is from. Is it a Corgi pup? I'm guessing it's a pup because I know there's two sizes, and that appears to be one of the smaller ones. I thought that hold on, let me look it up, because Going Gear has their own website, goinggear.com, I believe. Yes, goinggear.com. Let me look up their corgis. They have, oh, it's still available. So it's not sold out yet, but I am seeing, oh, well, they've got a few. Okay, so they have 3 different corgis with, or is it 4? It looks like they have 4 corgis with Raffir Noble handles. They're showing $94.95 on the website. I know I paid less, but they have different blade finishes. So you get the Raffir Nobles, you get for the scales, but they have a stonewash blade. I've got the Copper Dune blade. They have a black stonewash, and they have a Corgi pup. Now these got to be all Corgi pups because they're all the same, about roughly the same size. They don't say pup on the website, but yeah, okay. So these have a 2.36-inch blade, and they have 4 different versions with the Raffir Noble handles. Three different blade finishes, and one with a clip point blade instead of a drop point blade. That's also in a satin non-coated finish. The regular corgis should be around 3 inches in length. So yeah, the corgi pups. The one I have would be a corgi pup. Vancor lock. Also the one with the clip point blade also appears to be a track lock. It's not their Vancor lock. So that's another difference on that one. They sold out on the regular stonewash. Did they? It didn't say sold out on mine. In stock, 85 units. Stonewashed blade, Raffir Noble handles, 2.36 inches. $94.95. Yeah, I see it. I still see it available on my. Looking at the Going Gear website. My suggestion, though, is rather than get it through their website. I mean, if you really want to get it through their website, get it through their website. But if you can catch them online during one of their Whatnot shows, there's a very good chance you can get a better deal on it. Granted, you might have to. You were looking at the Corgi Pup track. Yeah, granted, you might have to compete with some of them or some people. Okay, yeah, the pup track is sold out. You might have to compete with people on Whatnot, but usually they have more than one. But like I said, you'll probably get a good chance at a better deal than what they have on their website. The benefit to buying it from their website is you don't have to worry about outbidding anybody or getting outbid. You just buy it from their website. So basically, you pay a little bit more for a little bit of security on getting it. I lucked out. They were selling a few of them on their show on auction, and so everybody was buying, but they had enough where I was able to get in, grab one without having to worry about somebody like completely screwing me on the price. This one, I don't know who this was from. I can't remember. Oh, this was a random, I think. I don't do this very often. But I think this guy, I forgot the name of the seller, and I apologize. But I think they were doing a game. And what it was is they were running a wheel. and they had some really nice knives on the wheel. And when I say nice knives, I'm talking about knives that range from $150 to I think $200. And so they had a few really nice knives, and then they have a few other items that are on the wheel. You bid how much you want to, how much you're going to pay. There's an auction. Everybody starts bidding. The winner of the auction uh, chooses how many times to shuffle the wheel, and then they spin the wheel, and then you get what you get. And this is what I got from the wheel. I was kind of shooting for, hopefully, obviously, a really expensive knife. I did not get an expensive knife. I got a right edge, which I know. I still, thankfully, didn't overpay. I paid roughly what these right edges are worth. So not a big deal. Actually, maybe a little less. This one, these are right edges are, in my opinion, they're cheap blades. I'm not to be mean or anything like that. They're pretty inexpensive cheap blades. And I think when I was playing the game, I spent maybe 10, 15 bucks, which is roughly how much they're going to run. This one has a single thumb stud, point down carry, non-reversible, rear flipper, but it's got a very stylized handle with a bear print on it. Oh, is that assisted? Okay, liner lock. I think that's assisted. Yeah, that's assisted. There we go. So very thick. I'm just gonna say plastic handle. I don't even know if I could say that's like carbon, or I can't even say if that's like fiber reinforced. I think it's just plastic, stainless, china. My guess 440 or 420 steel. That's generally what the steels are going to be on like no name stuff. It tends to be around the something along those lines, or it could also be like a low, I don't know, like 7 CR, 8 CR, something like that. Not that they're terrible steels, actually. Like Case uses their version of a 420 HC, which is it's called True Sharp. But the big thing the big thing about those steels is consistency and heat treatment. If they're heat treated well, 420, 440 will perform well. If they're heat treated like poop, they're going to perform like poop. But that can be said for almost any steel, really, to be quite honest. When you're dealing with knives that are rather inexpensive, like this one would be, you have to admit the heat treatment might not be all that great. So, I mean, these are more of just, in my opinion, I like to use these kind of like as box cutters, and or they make good conversation pieces, but that's really about it. In fact, the one knife I use all the time for cutting boxes. The funny thing is, I cut nicer boxes with this thing or packages. I have a Smith and Wesson Tonto that I use all the time that I break boxes down with at home, and I have to hone it like after every like say 5 boxes. So yeah, it's not the greatest steel, but I use it on stuff that if it were to snap on me, I'm not going to cry. I'm not I'm not worried about something happening. Like, I'm not worried about running my knife through cardboard and hitting one of those large staples and messing up my blade on a $150 knife. I'd rather mess up the blade on a $15 or like that Smith and Wesson. Yeah, I think the Smith and Wesson was like 15 bucks. So I tend to use them as box cutters. So that's what I got on a wheel contest. I can't complain. I didn't put too much money on the wheels, so I still, it's a novelty or a complete beater, and they work usually until they break. I don't know how long they last. Sometimes they last. That Smith and Wesson is old, and it's still holding up. And then I've had knives that I went to go open a box, and the knife flipped backwards, or it would break and didn't last a box. So yeah, you kind of like rolling the dice there. But like I said, I didn't pay a whole lot for it, so I can't complain. It does look pretty. I will say that. It looks pretty. But that one's my right edge. It does feel pretty decent. Hold on, let's see here. It is assisted. There is a little blade rock, a little blade movement there. And it is running on washers. Looks like plastic washers. Liner lock, nested liner lock. The liner lock appears to be functioning pretty decent, but there is some blade rock when it opens up. I wonder if I can actually tighten that up. Is this T8 maybe? Let's see if we can tighten. Yeah, that's a T8. Is that going to spin? Nope. Tighten it up. Almost all gone. Hold on. Whoa! Stay. Stay. Okay, blade movement is gone. So now the lockup is nice and tight. However, oh no. Okay. Doesn't open as smoothly as before. It's not even locking up at that point. So that tells me that it's I got rid of the rocking, but it's too tight to the point of where it doesn't want to lock up when I flick it open. So the other thing I can do is put a little pivot oil. I still like trying to make these things work. I won't spend too much time on, like, you know, a $15, $20 knife, but I still like trying to make them work. Okay, that locked up. And I just put a little bit of oil in the pivot. Now it's locking up fine. I think it would have been better if I was using the thumb stud. I was using the rear flipper. The thumb stud, I could put a little bit more force behind and flick it open faster. And it is assisted, so it doesn't take much. The blade movement is still gone, but now it's locking open. Yeah, just needed a little pivot oil. There we go. So, hey, it works. I don't know how long it'll last, but it works. Yeah, I turned it into a friction folder for a brief moment. All right, so we have that. Now, I've got two other knives that came in just this morning. That was one that came in this morning. I forgot to grab the garbage can, and now I'm getting ink all over my hands. I have privacy ink I like to use to cover up addresses. The only problem is, depending on the type of label people use, the ink doesn't always dry very quickly. And then I end up painting my hands. Okay, this one is another one from Going Gear. Just came in today. So we will pop this one open. I'm gonna open it the long way. I gotta change the blade on this guy. Yeah, I gotta change the blade on that. I've been using that to clean off my my leather straps. You know what I could use? Spider Go. This one, I gotta be careful. This thing's sharp as all get out. Spy 27 native 5 backlock. I'll change the blade on that other one later. And I got ink on me. This one, yes, I was waiting for this too. This is another collaboration, except this is from Ramet. And I've been really liking Ramet folders this year. Ramet and Concept have been amazing, or have been putting out some amazing stuff this year. And they aren't super terribly expensive. This one is a wild species. Now, I do have other wild species. And actually, I have another. I have the budget wild species. I have a collaboration wild species from Ramet and Blade City. Let me pull them all out. You can see what I'm talking about. This is the budget wild species. They do have a premium version, I think, that has titanium. but thumb stud, 14C, 28N steel, liner lock. But this is your budget standard Remet Wild Species. Really nice blade. Okay, I really do like that knife. And then Blade City came out with their own collaboration that was also a wild species. There it is. And this is when I first fell in love with, hey, Plucky Pack Rat. I didn't fall in love with Plucky Pack Rat, but I don't know, maybe. This is where I first fell in love with copper foil, in this case, copper foil carbon fiber. You can see the Blade City logo on the pivot. Otherwise, still a wild species liner lock, 14C28 and steel also, just with their logo on the pivot and the really cool scales on this one. Now we have another, can you tell I like the wild species? Wild species, again, collaboration with Going Gear. And this one, I have no doubt is probably 14C28 and steel again. Okay, move that box over there. This one comes in a taco. Nothing else in the box. We got a microfiber cloth, and here we are. This is a wild looking color. I didn't know how it was going to look. This is a lot more orange. I think you had some that were like really orange looking, some that were really blue looking. This is the collaboration between Going Gear and Remet, their version of the wild species. Wicked color on the scales. I believe it's all G10 scales. 14C28N steel. Yep, like I said. The only other difference between the scales and this one is they did do only a limited run on these. I believe they only made 300 of this one. And they also, unlike Blade City, I don't know how many they made for Blade City. I'd like to say they made 200 of these. I could be wrong. I believe they made 300 for Going Gear, and they're all serialized. So I have number 136, I believe, out of 300. I can't recall how many they made, but I'm pretty sure it was 300 because I thought the numbers ran in the 200s. So again, liner lock, 14C28N steel, really bright colored. I don't know if they have a name for this particular color. I don't know. Yeah, number 136, Remet Wild Species. They don't really say. But yeah, only available from Going Gear. I believe these are sold out because I was on the show and they were trying to sell them out and they were going to do some special giveaway if they sold out. Let me check their website. I do believe these are sold out though. I wish I knew the name of the handle they call this. Yeah, I see a bunch of different wild species, but I don't see this color on their website. So yeah, I think the only way you're going to get these now are going to be on the secondary market. It's still a liner. Yeah, as far as I know, all the wild species are liner locks unless you go with a premium version. The premiums are going to come with M390 steel for the blades, well, where these are 14C28N. So the premiums are going to have M390 steel, titanium scales, and they're also going to be frame locks. But you're going to be looking at, if you were to get the budget ones, they run between $55 on up. They do have a few different colors, or yeah, that black G10, tan G10. I don't know why they have two different black G10s. I don't know why. Green, like the one I have here. And then the collaboration, I believe, was like I know it was under $100. I just can't remember the cost. And Going Gear doesn't put the price on. I'll have to check my whatnot. Actually, I can check that right now. How much did I pay for that thing? I know I paid more than $55. But the premium ones are going to run you just under $200. They're going to be $185 to $189. but they are going to have titanium scales. They are going to be frame lock, M390 steel. The more expensive ones, the 189, like the 185 is going to have like a plain titanium handle. The ones that are 189 have either a lightning strike titanium. I believe that's a lightning strike titanium. I don't know. Or is that a crystal? It looks like crystallized titanium. Or the torched titanium handles, like the Tiger Stripe torched ones. But yeah, the budget ones are all going to be liner locks. Pretty solid liner locks. I can't complain about them. The premium ones are going to be frame locks. I do like the Wild Species, though. They got a really nice... Now, they have a relatively larger blade than what I normally carry. This is a 3.27-inch blade, I believe. Thumb studs, liner lock, and they've all just been really nice. I mean, they're really good. I mean, look at the lockup on these. Nice snap. Good snap when closed. I love the thumb studs. The thumb studs are great on these. The only complaint I have on these Wild Species is I do love a really good front flipper. But their front flipper on this is kind of far from the pivot, so it makes it a little awkward to use. I can still do them, but I know for the first when I was trying to use the front flipper the first time, they were a little awkward. I'm used to them now, so I don't have as much trouble as I did before. You just got to position your thumb right. But that was my only complaint. Otherwise, I love the Remet Wild Species. The Remet Wild Species and the Remet Rhino, I really liked. Remet's been doing an awesome job. They've got a lot of knives I like from them. But that was pretty cool. This was the latest one I got just this week. So I've got my regular Wild Species, and I got 2 collaborations, limited collaborations, one from Blade City. This one just came this week. The one from Going Gear that's also serialized. Pretty damn cool knife. I really like that Tiger Stripe torch, but $189. Maybe if I get them on, because like I said, if you check out Whatnot, I know I keep mentioning Whatnot a lot, but I do get a lot of good deals. There's a good chance if I wanted to get, like, say, the Wild Species titanium, I could probably get a much better price through the auctions than I would hitting just getting it straight from the website. Yes, the downside of getting it on the auction is there's a chance that I could be outbid. And there's a chance I could be outbid, and then the price could go up to anywhere to the price on the website. To sometimes I've seen them get bid higher than retail. But the nice thing about Going Gear is if you hit a certain price with Going Gear, a lot of times they will juice it up. In other words, they'll throw in some extra stuff. I've seen people pay like 50 to 100 times, or not 100 times, $50 to $100 over the typical cost of a knife, only for them to go ahead and they'll throw in another knife, or they'll throw in some other stuff with your purchase because you went over. So you're always going to get your money's worth. Whatnot Anonymous. I talked to my girlfriend. She's the one that's got like 20 billion boxes of candy. My living room is a sea of candy. She's all got from Whatnot. Seriously. She's been getting boxes and boxes of candy from Whatnot. You'll get diabetes walking into the apartment building. You don't even have to hit my apartment. I have been handing handfuls of candy out to like my postman, the postal office worker that delivers my mail. I've been handing him literally handfuls of candy. Like, here's some energy. Take it. Anybody that delivers stuff, like if I have a food order or whatever, handfuls of candy. We've donated bags of candy, and there's still tons of it here. We still have boxes and boxes of them in here. It's crazy the amount of candy that she's won. Not just she's bought like a couple boxes because they go pretty cheap, but the majority of the candy that we have here is stuff that she's won, and it's insane. So if you think I'm bad, I don't want to hear it. Lone Star, how you doing? Carry of the day, Cold Steel, Counterpoint 6, and Code 4 Spear Point. Nice. You want to know? You want to see my carry that I've had on me right now is currently my Demco. My Demco Sharklock 20.5. And I've had it paired because I always carry a traditional with me. I've had it paired with this, which is my Case Synthetic Green Sodbuster Jr., but that's what's been in my pocket today. My Demco 20.5 and 20 CV, and then a Case Synthetic Sodbuster. I try to rotate all my knives, or a majority of them anyway. I really love the shark lock on these things. Surprisingly, not carrying a Spyderco today. Although I have a Spyderco on my desk that I just used. But these have been in my pocket, so I didn't want to have to pull them out of my pocket. The Spyderco that's on my desk is the Native 5. Lightweight. So that's the other than that, that's what's in my pocket today. So yeah, pocket check. What are you carrying? Well, technically, I've got a lot of stuff on my table, so this is one of a few things on my table because I've also got my Kaiser Utabear that I got to replace the blade on. I should replace that blade now. Oh, you carried the 80-20 in Combat Trudon today? Native. I like the Native 5. My favorite, admittedly, is the. You know, we'll go to that because I didn't show that one. I forgot they came in and I didn't show it. My favorite, admittedly, are these, and I liked them so much. I got a second one. I do like the Native 5. Don't get me wrong. I really like the Native 5, but I really like their compression lock. And I got initially this was one of 2 Spydercos that were my first. My very first Spydercos I got just a couple weeks ago were the Sage 5 in Magna Cut. This is the Salt series, and the Para 3 also in Salt with DLC. And these 2 were my very first Spydercos. And I was going back and forth because they do still look really weird to me. But I understand that they're more function over form. Like the funny thing is Spydercos can be pretty pricey. I've got knives that are less expensive, but I'd rather carry the Spyderco with me. But I did a little comparison video on these 2 a little while ago. And while I like both the Para 3 and the Sage 5, admittedly, the Sage 5 kind of won out in my eyes between those 2. And I like the Sage 5 enough that, again, this one's in Magna Cut, lightweight FRN scales. I had to get another one. This one is a Spy 27 with G10 scales. And I've been loving that one as well. So yeah, I had to get another Sage 5. The Native 5 is great. The one thing I love about the Native 5 over even the Sage is I don't have that hump. But it's kind of give or take because it looks weird to me, but at the same time, it does make a really good spot for my thumb. So shape-wise, I still really like it, and I love the compression lock. The Native 5 is really cool. What surprised me is this doesn't even run on washers because this is a lightweight. This is actually blade direct to FRN. Yet this thing is still smooth. And it does have a more traditional blade shape that I'm used to seeing. There's no goofy bump up here. The jimping is really aggressive, which is nice and still very, very ergonomic. They're great. I just like while I got used to using this one-handed, I just really like the compression lock. I kind of wish they had a Native 5 with a compression lock. That'd be cool. But I guess I don't know. I don't know why they haven't done it yet. I know they make like a little Native, which is a smaller blade with a compression lock. But I really kind of wish they had that with the back. They had the Native 5 with the compression lock. Not that I have anything against the back lock And like I said, I have been getting really used to using this one-handed, so it hasn't been much of an issue, really. I do want to get another one. Actually, I have my eyes set on the Chaparral right now, because the Chaparral is another one that's got a less than 3-inch blade, and just really cool Raffir Noble handles that I kind of really want. Sal designed the Native 5. Eric Glesser is the thumb wrap guy. Ah, okay. Yeah, I've been learning a little bit every now and then about Spyderco. I'm still new to Spyderco. I might have gotten quite a few, but I'm still very new to them. And welcome to the stream, Dead Viking Trolls. Yes, I noticed they have very similar ergonomics. The Reverse Harpoon, Smog Shaman, Bodacious Manix, Native series do not have that dreaded feature. Are you talking about the ramp? Or I'm not sure which feature you're talking about. I might have missed it. I kind of want the Yojimbo. It looks goofy as hell. Like the Yojimbo is one of the goofier looking ones I've seen from Spyderco. But you know what? They are kind of growing on me though. Like even I always thought the Para 3 looked really weird. But the only reason why I initially got the Para 3 and the Sage 5 is because these were two of the knives that the Sage 5 and the Para 3 were the two I heard the most about. I kept hearing how good they are. That and the Native 5. But the reason why I didn't get the Native 5 right away is because I did want the compression lock because I didn't have anything with a compression lock. So I wanted to go all out for my first Spydercos, and I got both of these. The Para 3 still looks weird to me, but it is growing on me. And I have to admit, there's an agility to this blade profile that I didn't realize until I started using this. And what I mean by agility is I don't know what it is about this. No, I'm not going to be able to do it as well on this one, but I don't know. Curved cuts. I know I'm doing a hack job on this, but when I'm doing curved cuts with this, especially when I was doing it on magazine paper, I'm making a mess of it now. But I was doing some really fine cuts with this and very detailed curves. Because of this point. And I just, it's one of those things that I didn't realize about the blade until I started using it in that fashion, that I'm really liking it. I still like the Sage 5 a hair better. I have to admit, I still like the Sage 5 a hair better. And there's a reason for that. And in my video, I mentioned because the reason why I like the Sage 5 better, and the Native 5, the Native 5 shares this. Actually, the Native 5 does it a little better. Because of the awkward shape of the Para 3, I sometimes like to hold my knives like this for detailed work. But it's awkward on the Para 3 because you got the hump here, and it's a very straight and flat clip point that my hand feels kind of weird in this position. The Sage 5 is better in that regard because it has the curve. The hump isn't as pronounced, so it feels better to me in that way if I hold the knife in that fashion. And then the Native 5, oh wait, that's a Delica. The Native 5, because there's no hump at all, feels the best holding it in that way. So they all have their little thing to it. The only thing I wish is that they had a compression lock. Even though, again, the back lock I've been using. I've actually been using the Native 5 quite a lot recently. So that's my thoughts so far on the Spydercos. I'm really coming down to it. I'm really liking the Spydercos. I'm glad I dove into them. Magna Cut blade, yes. The Spy 27 steel has been performing surprisingly well. That's why I got another Sage 5. Got another Sage 5 in Spy 27. Originally, I had a Magna Cut. Why did the Yojimbo line get totally unique scales, but with a forward toil built into them? I don't know. I have to look at the Yojimbo again. I haven't looked that I haven't looked that deeply into it. But the Yojimbo is probably one of the ones that, or that's one of the two that I'm really looking at, the Chaparral and the Yojimbo. Yeah, it's basic. It works. It's a great shape. I mean, I like them. They're not going to win a beauty contest by any imagination, but I really like them. Oh, I almost forgot. We have one more that I haven't opened yet. Let me open that. This one is from... Oh, no way. This got here already? This one is from Knife Center. I'm going to open this. Use this here. This one is from Knife Center. Backlock gives purpose to the forward choil. I can see that. Again, I'm still new to Spyderco. So, ooh. I didn't even use that much force. The darn thing cut into my table. There we go. I'm still new to Spyderco. So I'm still learning quite a lot from them. I'm just realizing that I'm really liking them a lot more than I expected to. The only reason why I haven't gotten Spyderco sooner is because I always thought they were kind of ugly. I admit, I thought Spydercos were ugly as hell. But when I finally got them into my hand, I realized how much I like it. I held back because I thought they were ugly, but then realized that I can't really say anything about Spyderco because I didn't own any. So I went ahead and decided I got to get some, and then I can better speak about them, better learn about them, because otherwise all I'm doing is reading what everybody else thinks about them. And finally got the Sage 5 and the Para 3, and I've fallen in love. I've fallen in that hole, and it sucks because they're expensive. And they know their stuff. They know their steel, which is, good to know. So this is the last new knife I got this week. And this was kind of a surprise because I didn't expect this until next week. I'm surprised they shipped out. This one is from Concept. Concept. Oh, I don't have any Benchmades. I haven't owned one yet. But I've heard a lot of varying things about Benchmade. You got Benchmade diehards, and then you got a lot of people that are like, you pay a lot for a Benchmade, and you're just paying for, I don't know the name. I can't say too much about it because I don't own any yet. I can say about Concept that Concept has been one of my favorite manufacturers this last year. Concept, Remet, Spyderco has really surprised the hell out of me. But I've gotten a lot of stuff from Remet recently this year. I've got a lot of stuff from Concept recently this year. And I think they have been churning out some amazing and some pretty beautiful knives, I have to admit. This one, if I understand correctly, did I get another cleaver? I didn't get another cleaver. I have, as far as I know, I have all the cleavers I can get from Concept, aside from some other interesting models. I'm trying to think of how to say this. The ones I know you're talking about are called the Concept Corvids, and I have one of every side except for the fixed blade. Or one of every size except for the fixed blade. This one is called, I believe this is new. Hold on. And I think this might be limited as well. But I'm going to let me look it up real quick. I'd like to believe these are limited. I just want to check before I start blurting out more stuff. Okay, yeah, these are limited versions. I don't know if it's just the colorway that's limited, like the color, or if it's the model itself that's limited, because they do have a bunch of different colors. As far as I know, they're all still in stock and available right now. But according to Concept, they do state limited version. They say limited version. Okay. So this is called the Concept Omega. This is going to be my first time looking at this thing, or at least opening the box. We got Concept's documentation in here. I know there's a microfiber cleaning cloth in here. Pretty standard stuff. They have their little pouch, which is kind of neat. I didn't notice anything else in here. Got some non-edible candy. I think that was it. Yeah, that's it. So I'm just gonna leave this in the box. This is my first time opening this one, so like I said, I didn't expect this until next week. This is called the Concept Orion. And these run, I believe, about 190. I got the bronze, or it's titanium with, oh my God, is that speaker still going on? I got titanium with bronze highlight, like in the titanium, and on the pocket clip. Pocket clip is non-reversible. I believe this is S35V, yeah, CPM S35VN. And this one was really interesting to me because of this here. A very unique milled blade edge on this. So this isn't just a pattern on the blade, this is a milled pattern. You can feel the ridges on this. Let me see if I can get the focus on. They had a fixed blade. I think, I'm trying to remember if it was Concept that made it. Might have been Concept. They had a fixed blade that had similar milling on the edge, and I just thought it looked really, really cool. This is admittedly one of the knives I got because I just thought it looked really cool. The Concept is also has always been very, how do I put this? I might not put them in the same category as in terms of like hard use as like the Spydercos, because Spydercos generally run on washers, with the exception of like the Native 5, which is just direct FRN. But they're very tough knives. They're the way that, if you were to compare washers to like ball bearings, the problem with ball bearings is while they're super smooth, very quick, it's kind of hard to use them in dirty environments because they can get gunked up. Whereas a Spyderco, you could probably drop in mud and it'll still function fine. Yeah, this one has kind of like a harpoon and a Persian sort of had a baby. Focus for me here. Sort of had a baby, and then the unique milling on this I just thought it was super, super cool. Now I did get a deal on this. Retail, they're going for $190 on these. Again, titanium scales. I can see why the pocket clip is non-reversible. They're not. One cool thing I liked about, say, Cold Steel and Demco knives is they might have unique pocket clips, but they'll still make them reversible by giving you a second pocket clip. Where this one, I can see why you wouldn't be able to reverse it, but they don't include it. You know, they just figured, okay, right-handed only. This is a frame lock. Pretty smooth. I haven't done anything with this yet. Nice and snappy. I did say CPM S35VN steel, which I really like. That's really cool, though. That milling is just really, really neat. And I believe it's only rear flipper. There is a hint of a fuller there, but I don't think you can really, I can't really dig into it. So don't really have access to the fuller, so I can't reverse flick. It's just going to be a rear flipper, but that's a minor thing. We got about half a liner on the back. Nice solid lockup. No movement on the blade. How did this close up? Perfectly centered in the well. If I can get it to focus. Come on, phone. What are you doing? Perfectly centered in the well. Pretty sharp looking. I like it. Now, they do have this in various colors. I tend to prefer non-coated blades unless it's DLC. If it's DLC, I'm down. General, like just black stonewash blades, normally I'm not big on. But they do have this in varying colors. They have it in like blue anodized titanium. I wanted to go with the bronzed, so it's got a like I don't know, I just like the bronze. The bronze is deeper on the clip side, I noticed too. Not so deep on the shows. I call this the show side. But they have blue anodized where it's titanium with blue inside. Looks like they have a Damascus version. The Damascus version is actually less expensive, which is interesting. Because Concepts Damascus is actually really, really nice. They use 2 stainless steels for their Damascus, which holds up, in my opinion, a lot better than the stainless steel and a high carbon steel combination, because you don't have to worry about corrosion as much. Yeah, different colors, all that fun stuff. They even have a light blue anodized. All of them, with the exception of the Damascus. The Damascus runs about 170. These run about 190. I got mine at Knife Center, but I also had credits on Knife Center, so I got mine for a little less. Yeah, this needs to go in a display case. Although with S35 VN steel, this is a very capable blade. Let's see. I was really interested on the milling because it just looked really cool. How sharp is this out of the box? I'm not feeling any burr, but it's a very unique feeling edge. Ooh. Very unique feeling edge. The milling doesn't make it feel any different. It's just a really unique look. I just think this looks awesome. And you can see the milling is actually kind of deep. It's not like super deep, but much more pronounced than even I thought it would be. You can see on the edge where it's sharpened, how it gives it almost like a tooth-like look there. Does anybody know whether it's nigh impossible to get a visually flawless edge without ultrafine grits well past 1K? You know what? If you're going to 1K grit, when you strop, once you get to the leather strop, I prefer using diamond emulsions. And if you really want a highly polished blade, I would go once you finish with, like, say, a 1000 grit diamond stone, which is what I would use. I would go to like maybe a 3 micron strop diamond. I would go to a 3 micron diamond emulsion on a strop, to a 1 micron, to a 0.5, to a 0.1. I mean, if you're talking about as like mirror edge, I mean, if you don't want to go to a higher stone, then it's possible to do those with stropping emulsions. It's gonna be expensive, because if you want a really good stropping really good diamond emulsion, I mean, those can get, like, for example, I like to go straight to a 0.5. That's in fact what I have on. That's what I end up replacing the green stuff on my work sharp. But I'm not trying to get like. I noticed a 0.5. What's on here is stroppy stuff, 0.5 micron. I noticed that the 0.5 micron does a really good job of cleaning on the edge up and getting it really sharp. I've honed knives to the point of splitting hairs. Like, I can whittle hair. And after working with a 0.5 micron strop, I also have a 0.1, which is even finer. But I don't use it as often. The 0.5 seems to be like a nice point, or at least for me, that's what I use. You would feel bad with cutting what? Something with a mirror edge, or this knife in general? I know it's capable. We just saw that. It might not have felt as smooth as some knives that I've used, but it is pretty damn sharp out of the box. Holy crap. Actually, just realized I shaved a little skin. This could, the one drawback I could see on this knife is it could be kind of, with this knife, it could be kind of a pain to clean. only because of the milling on the blade. I really did want to get that fixed blade when I saw the milling on the fixed blade. I'd like to say they called it the Tiny Dancer, but I can't remember if it was Concept that made it. I'm pretty sure it was Concept that made it. Tiny Dancer. Was it Concept? Yes, okay, it was Concept. They made a fixed blade that had a 3.17 inch S35 VN steel. Looked kind of like this without the trailing point. A harpoon blade, and the milling that they had on the fixed blade, they blackwashed. So you had the forward edge on the milled portion. It was milled and blackwashed, and then this towards the spine was, I believe, like satin, and it still had the harpoon, but it didn't have the trailing point that this one does. So, that's initially what I was hoping to get, but every time I saw them, they kept getting sold out. I do see they're in stock now again, though. Bastards. I just picked this up, and now the other one's in stock. I don't get fixed blades too often. I prefer folders, to be quite honest. I do have quite a lot of fixed blades, though. Just cleaning up the edge a little bit after running that through, but really cool blade. I really didn't expect this until next week. I was surprised to see this in the mail. I just picked up a bunch of packages. I was like, okay, that's what I got, and just realized that this one was from Knife City. So really awesome concept knife. I have quite a few concepts. Like I said, Ramet and Concept have been really killing it, in my opinion, in terms of like really beautiful knives. And I mean, they function. It's not like you've got the beauty without the function. It might not be as tough as, say, hard use as, say, a Spyderco, but they're absolutely gorgeous. They still will do what you need them to do. You just might not be, what's the word I'm looking for? You just might be a little bit more reluctant to use such a pretty knife, which I admit a lot of times I am. This one's called the Orion. It's a design by, who designed it? JB Stout. Yeah, JB Stout design. If you go on Concept, they'll have several color variations of this one. But yeah, Concept Orion, designed by JB Stout. Between 170 and 190, depending on what type of blade. The 170 is going to be a Damascus, which I believe, like I said, Concept uses 2 types of stainless steel for the Damascus. And the 190 version, which is what I have here, is going to be an S35 VN steel. I'm one of the, wait, who, what, where, when, why? You were told by a pro sharpener that following up a 1K stone with ultrafine diamond paste or emulsion isn't great for cleaning the edge. Really? I just use it to like to hone after, like, if I get into like if I do a lot of boxes, if I cut a lot of cardboard, and usually the funny thing is the 0.5 does it for me. Like I'm usually back to, breezing through cardboard after like not even a minute with a strop. That with a strop. This one here, the Kaiser that I showed earlier, the Drop Bear 2. I actually did a video which was kind of funny. I did a video, I already posted it up, and on the video I was cutting through some magazine paper, and I was tearing. It started tearing quite a bit, and I like using magazine paper because it tears really easily. If you have a really, really sharp blade, you'll breeze through it. If there's any slight problem with the blade's going to catch and the magazine's going to tear. And I was getting a surprising amount of tearing out of the box with this, and all I did was spend like maybe a minute with some 0.5 with on my work sharp. This exact work sharp with the 0.5 stroppy stuff. And I started breezing through that magazine paper. Nothing was catching. It cleaned up the edge really well. And it didn't take me long. Like I said, I forgot how many passes. You can see the video because I didn't do any cuts on that one. But all I did was work it off the strop a little bit. Didn't use any, I don't think I used the ceramic. I just used the strop. And it cleaned it up really well. And it was just breezing through the magazine paper without tearing anything. I have a name that stands. Is that I miss a lot when I start focusing on knives, so my apologies. And I actually just realized I don't have my regular chat window up, so I might be behind on some chat. There we are. Okay. Now, how you doing, Pocket? I just realized that you were a different name. I was thinking Plucky. Sorry, Plucky. Welcome to the stream, Pocket. How are you doing? Glad to have you guys here. I love doing these live streams. I only do a live stream once a week, this on Saturdays, because I love meeting a lot of you guys in chat that have the same passion that I do for collecting knives. And while we don't always see eye to eye on, not everybody sees eye to eye on certain things, I learn a lot more this way when you guys share knowledge. And like I said, I'm new to Spyderco. I've never learned. I've dived into Spyderco and I've read a bunch of stuff, like how they started as a sharpening company. I forgot exactly how, but I've never learned more about Spyderco as fast as I did when I put those videos out and people were commenting and you guys in chat, and just a wealth of information. And it's been absolutely amazing. And that's why I like doing this. This is why I started doing the channels, because I've learned so much, and I've been collecting for years. I've been collecting for years, but I've just this last year alone, I don't think I've learned more in all the years that I've been collecting than I have in just this year alone, when I finally started the channel and started doing these lives and just chatting with you guys. You guys have been the knife community has been absolutely amazing. Just yesterday, I thought I would just do something fun, and I was on Chasing Blades Whatnot channel. I spent a lot of times on Chasing Blades Whatnot. They're one of my favorite sellers on there. And I just thought I'd do a nice thing, and I picked up a couple like case chamois or chamois, and I bought a couple on auction. And then there were two guys in there that I know I chatted with a lot. I just thought I'd gift it to them for late Christmas presents. And they're not expensive. I think the chamois are like $18 a piece. I just thought I'd do something nice, and I was almost completely tuned out of the show because I was busy doing something else. And one of them gifted me a case muskrat, and I just caught it. Like, I just caught the chat. Like, wait, what? What happened? No, I was like, no. I gave you a chamois, an $18 chamois, and somebody gifts me like an $80 freaking knife. And so now that's on its way to me. Everybody in the knife community has been just super awesome. And I don't know how else to say it. I keep saying they've been awesome, they've been fantastic, but I can't say it enough. You guys freaking rock. I wish I had started this a long time ago. Oh, you don't collect. You've got Metal Complex is awesome. I like watching his stuff. Metal Complex. I found out Neve's Knives actually resides in the same state that I do, which is kind of cool. I think he actually lives near my brother. Neve's Knives, I've watched a lot of. Metal Complex, I've learned a lot from those two. I learned a lot of sharpening from Neve's Knives and Outdoors 55. Yeah, Outdoors 55. I know Metal Complex has his own. Yes, Metal Complex has his own knife design. I believe Neve's Knives started their own knife company, or at least they have their own. He has a couple designs of his own. And I don't know if Outdoors 55 has his own, but I learned a lot of sharpening stuff and information from Outdoors 55. I believe it's Outdoors 55. Did I get the name right? Time to collab with Neves. He has got, that dude has got some insane energy about him. If you've ever watched any of his videos, I don't think he stops moving. I don't think Neves Knives ever stops moving. Like anytime I watch his videos, he's just like constantly, I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to say twitching. He's not twitching, but he's like so animated. He's actually really interesting to watch. You've been maintaining the crap out of your knives. It's one of the things that I like to do to relax. Also, I do it with my guns. I've always mentioned, like originally I wanted to open a gun channel, but I live in an apartment in the suburbs. I don't have my own range. That it would have been insanely expensive, so I went with knives. But I do the same thing with my guns, where gun cleaning and knife maintenance is kind of like a zen moment for me. And as like I'll do honing and sharpening on a knife, and I tend to zone out, kind of like I do when I'm cleaning my guns, and it's like a form of meditation almost. But I have a collector mentality. If it hasn't shown, I've got to add a lot of this stuff to my spreadsheet. I'm running out of space on my spreadsheet. And yes, I know that's a joke. You can't run out of space on a spreadsheet. I need a Kaiser muskrat and a squirrel warmy. Heatable plushie? Can I get a heatable plushie that's a squirrel? Does Kaiser make a muskrat? I don't know. Kaiser makes a muskrat? Now I'm going to look. You're going to make me look. Kaiser knives, muskrat. I also might have to sneeze. Hold on. I might have sneezed. Okay, I don't see a muskrat. Is it a... Oh, they do have a muskrat. Oh, it's a fixed blade. Okay, I was thinking the muskrat in terms of a traditional knife. And... Oh, that's one I didn't show. Oh, I feel dumb. I did get some knives this last week from Chasing Blades. And I forgot I put them somewhere else. Because... There they are. I did get some knives from Chasing Blades. I forgot I got these this last week. Where is it? There we are. So 2 more knives. 2 more new knives from this week. First of all, I got a leather slip. These things are awesome. I have a billion of these things. I have so many traditional knives sitting in leather slips because they're so easy to just throw in my pocket. I don't have enough of these. You were waiting on what, Morgan? Hold on, let me get this back in the box for now until I get to play with it again. This just tells me that I have to add it to my spreadsheet so I know what I have. I have a spreadsheet because I used to forget that I owned certain knives. And especially with traditionals, I've accidentally bought knives multiple times because I forgot that I've owned them. That somebody made me a spreadsheet. So now I can record all the knives I have on the spreadsheet. So if I'm not sure if I've gotten a knife before, I can check my spreadsheet. It's gotten that bad. I can check the spreadsheet and go, oh yeah, I have that knife already. Stop spending money. But I got a case leather slip from Chasing Blades. I can't believe I almost forgot about these. But this is the muskrat that I was thinking of. I bought my first muskrat from them. My first case muskrat. This one's a 6.5 bone stag muskrat. And I've really been getting into traditional knives this last year. Most of the knives I tend to collect are modern knives. But traditional knives have really kind of caught me. And my doubles are your game, shush. This is the muskrat. Now, normally I collect trappers, like that second amendment trapper. I've got a lot of trappers. Trappers are what I normally collect. Also, baby docks, which I found were really interesting, and sodbusters or sodbuster juniors. I have a lot of sodbuster juniors. Muskrats are new to me. I picked up my first one because they happen to be a favorite of Mike's. Mike's the guy that does most of the talking on chasing blades on whatnot. And the 6.5 I got a really good deal on, and I thought the 6.5 bone stag looked really awesome. 6.5 bone stag. Hey, Bunny, how you doing? 6.5 bone stag is not stag. It's actually cow bone, but there was something that happened where they could not obtain stag anymore. I forgot the term I'm looking for. So because they couldn't obtain stag for a period of time, they used cow bone and made it to look like stag, and that's what 6.5 bone stag is. But this is a muskrat pattern. Muskrat pattern is a two-bladed design. You have a California clip point on one side, and you have a California clip point, the exact same thing, on the other. So you have two clip points. They have something similar called a moose, which is a California clip point on one side, and I think it's like a spay blade on the other. But this happens to be Mike's favorite pattern, and I didn't have one, so I wanted to get one, and it came in just this week. So I thought this was really cool to have my first case muskrat. Just a really, really nice blade. He likes them because, it's the same reason why I like trappers. It's because they have two blades, and as soon, like if you're doing a lot of work and then this dulls down, then you immediately have another blade and the exact same blade on the other side, and you can just keep working. In his case, like, for skinning game and things like that. I like trappers for a very similar reason. Although they come with two different blades, they normally come with a clip point and a spay blade. Like the Second Amendment trapper that I showed earlier. I'll just pull that one out since it's here. This is a trapper. I like them for a similar reason, where they have two blades. You got a California clip point, and then you have a spay blade here. This one's more of a showy knife. I don't think I'll be using this for anything because it's got engraved blades, but this is a good example of a trapper. And these are generally what I like to collect. So if one dulls, then I've got a spay blade I can go to as a secondary. I do have also different variants. I have one that's a 6.5 bone stag trapper that's got a clip point and a Warncliffe blade, which I really, really like. And I carry that on occasion. Oh, wait, I missed some chat. What's going on here? You've got a... Whoa, what happened to my chat? There we go. You've been thinking about getting a case, but don't know about the slip joints. You carried them when you were younger. You just hate pocket knives at the bottom of your pocket. Oh, that's... I don't know. That's why I use the slip. That's why I use the slips. They make it handy, and if you carry a lot of things in your pocket, they're not banging around stuff. The slips will protect the knife if you into that. Some people don't care. I mean, I think they're handy because I know exactly if I reach in my pocket, I know that's my knife. You got your dad a mini trapper, black buffalo. Oh, the buffalo trap. I've got a case buffalo trapper, except it's not a mini. They're nice. They're beautiful. It's his favorite, and can't get him to carry long or bigger. I like all types of trappers. Standard size trappers like the one I just showed you, that the Second Amendment one. I like the mini trappers. I even have a couple tiny trappers. The tiny trappers are nice because I'll throw them into my that little fifth pocket, the watch pocket in my jeans. They just fit really nicely in there. And I'll just toss them in. Oh, I do have a Discord. There should be a link in the description. Oh, Morgan just put it up. Thank you. You ordered a Jason Machete Tramontina? Ooh. You'll have to get on the Discord and share some pics. I'd love to see that. There's a newer way of doing things, and some are slow to adapt. Yeah, some are just comfy. Some people are just comfy. Oh, the one in S35V and oh, you got something like, hold on. I don't know of any trappers that are S35V and steel, but I know of sodbusters that are. They're some of my favorite sodbusters. Let me close this muskrat before I cut myself. Anyway, love this knife. These are some of my favorite Sodbuster Juniors. This one's the newest one that I have. I have a few different ones. This one is, they're the Case Crossroads. And I think this is what you meant by the double X. These are Sodbuster Junior style. Sodbuster Junior is a single blade workman's type knife, slip joint. S35 VN steel on the Crossroads, which is friggin' excellent. All the Crossroads I've got were from Chasing Blades. First of all, awesome steel. One of the few times you're going to see S35 VN steel for under $100. And the Crossroads generally you'll get for around 60 to 70 bucks. And for me, that's an amazing price for S35 VN steel. Unlike their other Sodbuster Juniors, they don't use pins. And these are in fact screwed in, so you'll see little screws. And the cool thing about that is sometimes if you're using a traditional knife a lot and they're under a lot of stress, sometimes they can start to loosen up. And with pins, that might require some interesting repair work. I don't know how to do it, but I think a vise is involved, maybe some hammering. Because the Crossroads use screws, if for any reason this tends to loosen up, you just have to tighten the screw. That's it. This one is a Dymalux wood in brown and green. One of my favorite ones. I have that one. I have, where are my others? Oh, I like to collect copper locks also. I'll show you one of those later. Where are my other? I have a pile. I wasn't kidding about all the slips that I have. Oh my God. I have slips. I have pouches. I have slips and pouches. Where did I put the other one? I pulled out my green Sodbuster Junior, but where did I put my other Crossroads? Unless I piled them behind me. That might be behind me. That's not a Crossroads. What did I do with my Crossroads? Shit. Oh, I might have tucked them away. Well, suffice to say, I have a few different versions of these. I have one in blue Jean Micarta. I have another one in black canvas micarta. This one, like I said, is a Dymalux laminated wood. And the interesting thing about the laminated wood versions is you have a brass liner on the inside, whereas the micarta ones, you have a G10 liner on the inside. All of them have S35 VN steel. All of them use screws. All of them are friggin' amazing. The other things I like to collect are copper locks. These are lockback knives. This one happens to have a Warncliffe. A lot of them have clip points, but it is a midpoint lockback. This one is a burnt amber bone peach seed. Is it peach seed jig? I believe it's peach seed jig with a Warncliffe blade. I like collecting these as well, if you haven't realized. This one I carry a lot with me. This one is a Mediterranean blue bone. This was a gift from my girlfriend, so I carry this one a lot with me. And I also like to customize my knives sometimes. I'll take a torch and I'll burn some of my knives. Like this one was a green apple that I torched. And you can see I darkened the edges on this one. This one's a trapper. So I customized this green apple because I wanted to make something called what some people call a caramel apple. Candied apple. I carry this one a lot. And I've customized a lot. This one, I was trying to make. Case made something called a bacon bone, and so a bacon bone looked like it was a red bone, knife. And so, and all they did, it looked like they toasted it. So I took my own red bone case. I bought one, and I toasted it. I think it looks more like steak than it does bacon. So I'm calling this like a rare steak, or the funny thing is it looks very close to how they did their bacon bone. So It's just bigger because the bacon bone that they made, it was a collaboration between Case and SMKW. And so it's a limited thing. And they only came out in baby docs, which is a much smaller knife. And I did it on this full-size trapper. And to me, instead of bacon, it just reminds me of steak. But yeah, I did that one myself because otherwise, normally it's all entirely red. But I started customizing knives because I thought it was fun to do. And part of the reason is because I wanted to emulate customized knives that I've seen in the past from other people. Oh, this is my other 6.5 trapper. Except this is the one with a Warncliffe variation. So yeah, your California clip point. And then you have, instead of a spade blade, you have a Warncliffe as a secondary. But traditional knives, I started collecting a lot of traditional knives because, oh my God, they're pretty. There's so many different blade patterns. There's so many different scale materials, like in this case, 6.5 bone, the blue Mediterranean bone, the burnt amber jig bone. And even these are some of my favorite to use knives because of the S35V and steel. They're just tough knives. There's so much variety in the traditional knives that I admittedly might have gone a little haywire on them. Oh, and here's the sky blue that I burnt and added some color to. There you go. So yeah, this is normally that was normally all blue. I took a torch and I burnt that one. I wanted to add a color because another person or another company actually did that and they were selling them for a little bit more. I just made my own. Do I own any otters? No. Not that I'm familiar with. What's an otter? I have a big collection, but I don't own. Obviously, I don't own everything. I'm still trying to figure out what I did with my other Crossroads knives. I put all my Crossroad knives, with the exception of one, in the black. Oh, here it is. This is the Blue Jean Crossroads. Blue Jean Micarta with white G10 liners. Again, just a really cool blade with the S35V and steel. These things can get sharp, and the edge retention on them is great. Good amount of toughness. I love these knives when it comes to doing some pretty hard work. The funny thing is, I collect a lot of moderns. I just recently started collecting a lot of. I've had traditional knives, but I haven't started collecting more of them until recently this year. I always carry a modern and I always carry a traditional with me. And more often than not, my traditionals do most of the work. So when I'm doing a lot of stuff, if I have to do cut a lot of cardboard, a lot of cords, or a lot of cordage or whatever, more often than not, I pull my traditional out and that's what I'm using. The only time I pull the moderns out is, say I have one hand occupied, like I'm holding on to something and I only have one free hand. Then I'll pull something. Then I'll pull my modern out because you can manipulate those easily enough with one hand. Where usually with a traditional, you're going to need two hands. That's when I pull my moderns out and I'll use those. But most of the time, it's going to be one of these doing a lot of the cutting. So my traditionals see more work than my moderns generally do. Otter Messer, German company. Oh, okay, I've heard of them. I do not own any of them. I should ask Chasing Blades if we can get a hold of them. Usually, most of the knives he has are Case, Cobra Tech, Buck. He has some. He used to have at least some German I brand, which I was curious about, but he's sold out of them just recently. But usually, if I don't see anything on his tables, I can ask him. He can usually get them for me. Just have to ask, and as long as they're not like special runs or something like that, you can usually get them for me. he only runs into trouble if they're like a limited or special or what do they call that? Like a collaboration between a specific company. Then he might not be able to get a hold of them. I'm trying to think of another Crossroads that I have that was really cool. Oh, here it is. I've showed this before. This Crossroads, they recently came out with these this year. This is their Crossroads Barlow. These are a little harder to find, a little bit more expensive than the Sodbuster Juniors. They also have the S35 VN steel. This is that other knife that I mentioned that comes in Rich Light with a G10 bolster. And these also have a half stop. So technically you can close these one-handed. It just freaks me out. So you do have a half stop, which makes it a little safer to close one-handed. But again, S35 VN steel, screws instead of pins. Another awesome little knife. These are harder to get only because they tend to sell out faster. But I really like this knife. They came in two different colors. This one's a tan with black bolster. They have a black and tan, which looks very similar, except there's black streaks going through the tan portion of the Rich Light. So really cool looking knives. But this is the newest Crossroads to be added to the Crossroads line. And they're just super, super cool. I keep that in a slip as well. Oh, one last knife that I did get. This one, I didn't have to buy. Because Chasing Blades got me a Christmas present. Which is awesome. I did not expect this. This was an utter surprise. This one is a case knife. And he had tucked it in with the muskrat, but he gave me a Christmas present. This one is the first one that I have. It is a trapper, a red bone trapper with carbon steel blades, clip point and spade blade, carbon steel. So I should probably oil these or wax them at some point. Except this one is the first one that I have that has a clip attached. So I have a trapper with a clip, which is actually really cool, because then I don't have to necessarily throw this in a slip. I can just clip that to my pocket and I'm good to go. And just like any other trapper, we got the two blades. The only thing is I haven't done anything with these. I should clean these up. Because this is the last knife technically that I got this week. So I think it's time for some maintenance. And we'll get on with doing that. I don't have any knives that I wanted to customize. I'm kind of tempted to burn this one. But I got it as a gift. So usually if I get something as a gift, I leave it as is. I mean, the temptation's there, but I'll leave it as is because it was a gift. So really cool to finally get one with a pocket clip on it. I just thought that was really neat. So if Chasing Blades is around, thank you so much for the Christmas gift. That is really, really awesome. Yeah, they have some that I actually just ordered another one of these with a pocket clip. Except it's going to be coming to me in 6.5. So it's going to look more like this type of scale, except it's going to be a trapper with a pocket clip. Because now he's given me a taste for freaking pocket clips after giving me this as a present. That bastard. No, seriously, thank you, Chasing Blades, if you happen to be watching this later. Thank you so much for the awesome Christmas present. That's just really cool. So we're going to start doing some maintenance on these. I'm going to start with this one because this one is carbon steel. So this will patina or corrode if it's not taken care of. And I'm going to start off like I always do with cleaning out and oiling the pivot. So I'm pulling out the oil and I got to find my oil rag. There it is. So I'm not spilling oil all over my nice mat. I should just remove the mat, but I'm lazy. There we go. And then we'll clean up these knives. What was with the Spyderco? What was that Spyderco with the first pocket clip? The work. Weren't they the ones that kind of started the whole pocket clip thing? I thought Spyderco did. I don't know. If a blade's going to patina, it doesn't bother me. I'm more worried about rust, and there's a reason why. I have a lot of pocket knives. And generally, if I have a pocket knife, more often than not, I'm gonna at some point carry it and use it. It's with very few exceptions. Like, for example, this one has the engraved blades. This is more of a show knife. This is just more of something to put on display, a nice conversation piece. And I have quite a few of those. I have a few knives that I would probably not use, and they're more conversation, more showpieces than they are users. But for the most part, I'm going to use a knife. Like this one, even though it's a gift, I'm probably going to carry this at some point, and I'm going to use it. But the thing is I do have a lot, and I tend to, I'll rotate through my knives a lot. Like I'll carry this one day, I'll carry another Spyderco. Like I said, the one in my pocket currently was the Demco 8020.5, and I'll switch from day to day. But I've got so many knives that even if I were to change every day of the year, there's going to be a good chance that this is going to sit in storage or like in a case for probably weeks on end, unless I just happen to carry it a lot during the week or whatever. So because there's a good chance it could sit for a while and not be used, I like to put protectants on them, like either wax, oil, or whatever, just to make sure they stay well maintained. Because I've had knives that, now granted, I do keep them pretty well protected, like in either a hard case, they're boxed until I can move them to a case or something like that. So they're generally protected from the elements. But I have had knives that have sat and have corroded pretty badly. And like they either got dust on them, they would spot because the dust would attract moisture. They'd rust and spot like at pivots or things like that. So knowing that sometimes they might sit for a while, I will keep them oiled or waxed. A lot of times I'll use wax on the blades, oil on the pivots. Just because I don't want to come back to it and find out that they've rusted to hell. Patina is one thing, rust is another. I don't mind a nice patina. I do mind rust. So that's why that's why I do what I do with like all the oils and the waxes. Now, generally, what else? Where did I put my? There we go. This is what I do to every knife that I get, especially traditional knives. Every knife that I get, every traditional knife I get is going to go through the same process before I actually start using them. And this is generally what I do. I'll put some oil down in the pivot area, because case knives tend to be the cleanest that I've had, but there's still sometimes a bit of machine gunk in there. And then I'll grab one of these fine brushes and just clear out any gunk that might have been missed. And case knives are generally pretty good with this, though. They for the most part, they're not too dirty. I've had some case knives that were like, oh my god, it looked like it ran through mud. But on average, they've been pretty good. And I do this to clean and also get some oil in the pivot area so that way there's less wear in the pivot. And also, a lot of times they'll act a lot better too in terms of snappiness. If there was any grit in the pivot area, like grittiness. Now this one was pretty smooth, so I'm not too worried about it. But a lot of times you'll get some pronounced springiness from the pivot, and also just prevents corrosion. in areas that I can't reach, like in the well. I'll run some oil down the well, brush it down, remove any crap that's in there. And I'll do this with each well on there. Yeah, you do get a lot of lint and stuff. Welcome back, Pocket. You do get a lot of lint and stuff with these traditional knives, which is another reason why I like to use slips. The slips help generally keep it pretty clean, keep lint from kind of gunking up the works or getting caught in places you don't want lint. So that's another reason why I like to use those leather slips. That, and also because they have a tendency to kind of roll around. You know, these knives with in this case, this one has a pocket clip, so not so much. But like if I were to carry this knife, if I were to just toss this in my pocket, it's going to probably move around a little bit. And these are all slip joints. They don't lock closed. And I know some people that have had the misfortune of having, say they happen to be carrying something that happened to have a weak spring, and maybe it was sitting open like this, only for them to reach in their pocket and give them a good cut. So that's another reason why I like to use slips, is so that way I can reach in my pocket, not have to worry about a blade being, I don't know, open for whatever reason. You know, Murphy's Law. And I just pull it out of the slip when I want to use it and put it back when I want to throw it back in my pocket. All right. And that oil that I put in the well will also run in, or also wick into all the areas that I can't reach. And slight bit more snap than it had when I first opened it. We'll go on this well. And once I've finished with both these wells, running a little oil down each, this one is done. I'll let this sit for a little while to make sure any excess oil that might still be in there wicks away. It'll end up wicking along this spring here. And I'll usually just put this on top of a cloth, and all the excess oil will wick into the cloth. And this knife will then be pretty darn well protected from corrosion and all that other stuff. And like I said, I do plan on carrying this, but I have so many knives that I switch between that there's a good chance it might sit for a little while in between periods where I'll carry it. Oops. Well, that little thing came off. These things are, the tips on these things come off pretty easily. Thankfully, these are cheap. They work really good for getting to places I can't get into, though, or can't get into with like a Q-tip. I love these things. I think I have a link to these on the, I can't remember if I have a link to these or not, but if you look on Amazon, you can, I think they're like mascara brushes, like micro mascara brushes or something. And I got like 500 of these things for like $9, $9 or $10. All right, so I got most of that. One thing I forgot to do was wax the blade. We'll do that real quick. Now, I feel a little burr, just a slight burr on that. I don't know what it is with case knives. I've mentioned this before, but a lot of times I'll get a new knife and there'll be just the barest amount of a burr on the edge. I've heard people complain, it's like that shouldn't be there. And I've heard people say that just shows that nobody's used it. And I will strop the blade to remove the burr, and then the blade, these knives end up being sharp as razors. I just don't know why they don't remove the burr at the factory. But yeah, there's a burr there. And then all I'll do is, where did I put my work sharp? Here it is. The father of EDC knife? I missed something. The pocket clip was definitely a game changer. I just wish that's one complaint I think I have about Spyderco is some of their pocket clips. I'm not a big fan of their non-deep carry kind of fat spoon-like pocket clips. Those kind of irritate me. So much so I got a replacement pocket clip for the Para 3. But yeah, that's the only thing about Spyderco's that I'm not a big fan of are those spoon-like pocket clips. All right. You don't know why that's your favorite? I don't like them. I don't know. I prefer deeper carry pocket clips. I like the pocket clips on the Sage 5. The wire ones are actually pretty nice. I'm not even that big of a fan of wire pocket clips, but those are nice. I ended up switching out the pocket clip on my Para 3 with a Flytanium pocket clip. Even my 80-20.5 Demco, I don't like the pocket clip that came with it either. I ended up switching that one. And that one I just use a generic, I'm going to say supposedly titanium deep carry pocket clip. I got it off Amazon. And it actually works really, really well. It's actually very deep carry. The darn thing goes past the butt end of the knife. I'll show you in a sec. Okay. That burr is gone. Yipes. And now sharper than hell. Just drop real quick, make sure I've cleaned that edge. But yeah, I dislike that the Demco pocket clip. Just did not like. Same with a Para 3 pocket clip. Except for the wire ones. The wire ones were nice. On the Sage 5, didn't do anything to change those. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, we're good. And then I like to wax my carbon steel blades with, where'd it go? I thought I had a smaller tin. I don't know where I put it. I use Wicked Wax, and the only reason why I'm fine with any paste wax. A lot of times I'll just use oil, but I use Wicked Wax mainly because I have a shit ton of it. Oh, there's the small tin. I ended up buying some at a really good deal, and I ended up with like crap ton of Wicked Wax. It's good wax, but it can be kind of pricey. Oop, kick my camera. It could be kind of pricey, but I've been working through what I've got, and it's been lasting me for friggin' ever. Okay, I know I have a small cloth here that I can use for the wax. There you are. How long did it take to break 500? How long have I been doing this, Morgan? This one. I've only been at this for about 6 months, I think. Pro tip for Hogue Ritter users: replace the pocket clip in its hot spots with a Benchmade mini deep carry. Really? Get it off the rougher bit of the scales as well. Oh, okay. I forgot I was going to show that to you. Where did I put it? My 80-20 anyway. I got a new case too. I got to fill that case up. There it is. So I replaced the pocket clip on it. It had your typical Demco clip, which is not deep carry. I replaced it with this thing. It's really deep carry. Deeper carry than I even expected. But it works. I mean, all you see is clip. But I like it. And I believe it was just under $20. Again, I got it on Amazon. I know the Spyderco, I got the Flytanium. This one I just got a generic because I just really hated the pocket clip. It made me angry because it was such a nice knife other than that pocket clip. And the funny thing is, it feels better even when opening and closing the, because I don't know, I guess where the pocket clip is on this one, it's almost like a shelf for me to rest all my other fingers on, whereas the pocket clip it originally came with, my pinky would scoot off, and I don't know, it just felt a little, this one just feels nicer. I mean, I'm not saying that it didn't function badly, the original one, but this one just feels so much nicer. I can get all my fingers on the pocket clip and use that as a little shelf. Yeah, and it is crazy deep, but it works. Why did I dislike the other pocket clip? The other pocket clip, it has what it does, or what it did. Do I have, hold on, let me find an example, because I know I have a pocket clip on the, oh, here, on the Native 5, because I didn't swap this one out. So the Demko one is similar to this. Okay, where instead of coming back into a deep carry and then coming back towards the pivot, it was just like this one, except it had a tighter, like, I don't know what you would call this. The point where it attached to the scale had a much finer angle, and I noticed it would stick in my pocket. Like if I happened to push too hard when throwing it in my pocket, it would like pinch, and then I'd be like, I'd go to just grab my knife from in my pocket, and I'd be like a little yank, and it would really tug on the lip of the pocket. And I just prefer deep carry. Like, I'm not a big fan of this pocket clip either. I just haven't switched it out yet. I just prefer deep carry. Which is why I switched out. Like I said, the funny thing is it turned out for the better because it feels really good, even though it is ridiculously deep. It feels really good when I'm using the knife, and it definitely doesn't poke out of my pocket anymore. That's for sure. All you see is pocket clip. That's it. But yeah, I prefer deep carry is the other reason. So, and I know people that don't carry either way. It's just the way I like to carry my knives. I have nothing against. I don't like them. I have nothing against anybody that likes them. Weirdo. I mean, you're fine. The thing you almost never use, a lanyard. The only thing, I have like one knife with a lanyard. When it comes to pocket knives, I generally don't use a lanyard either. When it comes to folding knives that have a clip, like, you'll never see me have a lanyard on like any of my Spydercos, even though you have a lanyard hole. Any of my knives that you have that you see with a lanyard hole. Wow, I can't English. Any knife that you see me with a lanyard hole, I generally don't have a lanyard on there, except for very specific cases, and I'll show you that in a second. I'm just gonna wax this here because I keep yapping away and keep forgetting where I'm at. There's a reason why I have squirrel up there. So I tend to squirrel. Just apply a thin amount of wax to the blade and the edge. Be careful not to slice my finger open. I've done that before. And that blade is good to go. I'll do the other one in a second. But the only knives that I generally will have a lanyard on are, it kind of depends on the handle, and they're generally fixed blades. And I dropped a bunch of knives. I dropped my tray. All right, hold on. Putting that back up there. I'm putting that back up there. And there's also a knife that fell somewhere that I don't know where it went. I will find that later. Like here, this is the Quokka by Vosteed. And this one is one of the few knives I have a lanyard on. This actually came with it. But the reason why I like them on certain knives is, in this case, this has a really small handle. And I've had knives that are smaller. Like if I'm not choked up on it, I kind of can use it as an extension of the handle. So you can see my pinky doesn't quite make it all the way onto the handle. So I can kind of use it as a little extension. Is one reason why I might have a lanyard on a fixed blade. I actually have, I don't know where it's at, but I had a smaller knife. It was just a cheap thing that has an even shorter handle than this. And what I'll do is, you can generally just get 2 fingers on that, but it has a lanyard on that also that acts as an extension of the handle. And I actually get a pretty good grip once I have that lanyard in hand. And those are the only times you'll see me with a lanyard on my knife, is a fixed blade with a short handle. And then that's pretty much it. And I have a lot of fixed blades that don't have lanyards because they have a much longer handle. They just feel a little bit more secure in my hand when they hit, like when I have something this short and I have a lanyard attached. I don't know, they just feel better. I mean, I'm sure I can do without it, but I don't know, feel-wise, it feels better. You don't like the handle of the Bowie blade? I thought this was pretty neat. I don't get, or I'm sorry, there was another one I didn't get yet that has a sheep's foot blade, but otherwise pretty similar. I believe Vosteed makes it. I want to pick that one up next. But I don't get Bowie blades too often. This is one of the very few Bowie blades I have, and I just thought it looked neat. It's one of those things. I'll see a knife. I'll think it looks neat. It'll get under my skin, and eventually I'll try to pick it up. It'll be top. What did I miss? Top forever. Rosie is like the nicest possible native 5. I missed something. Yeah, other than a Roosevelt. Okay, that's what you're talking about, Rosie. Yeah, exactly. The lanyard is basically to fit my pinky, and that's it. Otherwise, generally, I don't really like lanyards on. Again, like on my other pocket knives, I'm never gonna put a lanyard on this thing. It's just there's no purpose to it. I have a full grip on it without any problem. The lanyard at this point would just be like getting in the way and be like all floppy and stuff. If this was a shorter handle, yeah, maybe I'd put a lanyard on it. But to me, there's no reason to have a lanyard on it. I know people that love to put lanyards on their knives. I don't know why. I heard one person say they liked to put lanyards on their knives, like specifically paracord lanyards, because they would sometimes double up their grip. How do I put this? Hold on. Let me pull that other one out. They said they would like to double up their grip. So they'd have their pocket knife, they'd have a lanyard attached, they would do this. So now, instead of a thinner gripped handle, they would take their lanyard and hold it like this, and now they had what they felt was a much fuller feeling grip on the knife. And that's what they would do. That's one person that I spoke to, why they like to use the lanyard. Another person said that if they needed to pull their knife out or something, I don't know, they got a lanyard. But that's really the only reason. Those are the 2 reasons why they've told me they like lanyards. Another person just said they just thought they were pretty. They just thought the lanyards were pretty, and that's the only reason why they have lanyards. For me, on most of my pocket knives, they just tend to get in the way. So I prefer not to have them myself. Again, only in very specific. Oh, I forgot to check the edge on this one. Only on very specific use cases, like I said, with like short handled knives and things like that. Yeah, this one's got a slight burr. Oh yeah, exactly. If you're pocket carrying without a clip, or you're not using your clip for whatever reason, not too many knives like that. I have one knife that's really nice that doesn't have a clip. Actually, I bought a slip for it. QSP, the Dolphin, doesn't have a clip to it. I can definitely see putting a lanyard on that one, but at the same time, I did buy a slip for it that has a clip on the slip. That's a weird thing to say. And so I haven't bothered with putting a lanyard on it. I'll show you what I'm talking about in a minute. I just want to take the burr off this one. And I'm not applying a lot of pressure when I remove these burrs. Literally just the weight of the blade. I put my finger on the blade just to make sure that the weight remains even. But I'm really not applying much, if any, pressure at all. The QSP Dolphin that I'll show you doesn't have a clip. And it also scares me. It's the only one that's really dug deep into a finger when I wasn't paying attention. I was cleaning the blade, talking to somebody, and I hadn't realized I had put my finger across the entire edge, or my thumb across the entire edge of that blade. And that thing is laser sharp. I didn't realize it until I got like all the way down the blade that I was like, there's red stuff leaking everywhere. And then I started going, ow. Yeah, once that burr's gone, this thing's freaking, it's a laser beam. So let me get this waxed up real quick, and then we'll pull out the QSP. Okay. A little bit of wax on there, and then we're good to go. And this, again, and this is it. This one's pretty much done. This is what I do with every traditional knife I get. With the modern knives, I generally put some pivot oil if it doesn't look like it has any oil on the pivot. Make sure it's clean, and then it's good to go. And that's it. But the traditional knives tend to take a little bit more tender loving care before I throw them into a slip or something. QSP, what did I do with that? It should be in this case, I think. There you are. This is the QSP Dolphin. Now, this has a really big lanyard hole. I was going to put a lanyard on this, and then I decided against it. I was just going to put it in a slip. QSP has slips that you can buy. This one's an abalone Dolphin. Mirror edge. I believe it's 14C28N. Yeah. 14C28N steel. Mirrored polish. I've actually carried this a few times. I get a lot of looks. Not that that's the thing. I just think it's pretty to stare at. I just really like the abalone on this. And then the mirrored blade is fantastic. And this thing, whoever did the finishing job on this guy was either really bored that day or just super good at his job, because holy crap. This is the one knife that's cut me pretty deep on the finger. Yet the funny thing is that thing healed up really fast because it's such a sharp edge. They say liner lock, but it's kind of like I don't know what to say. I'd like to say it's a frame lock, or just a really thick liner lock. Personally, I think it's more of a frame lock. But they do have slips that you can buy. This is the one I got. You got a little pocket or a little pocket clip, and then that'll just. Oh, how did I have this in there? I'll usually have it like this, and then I'll still stick it in my pocket with a clip on the outside, and then that's how that's carried. Hey Terry, how you doing? Yeah, I've actually cut with this, not a lot. Again, most of the time I use my traditionals. But I'm very reluctant to because it is very, this is one of those that I was talking about that they're just so pretty that I'm very reluctant to carry it with me. So this one does spend most of its time, admittedly, on a display. In this case, I have it in a case because I'm still working on displays. But this is admittedly one of those that is more of a conversation display. Not that it can't be used; it is more than capable of doing whatever I need it to do. I love the ergonomics on this handle. This curve shape is actually quite fantastic. I mentioned that it reminds me of Count Dooku's lightsabers, where you have this nice curve, which just feels really good in the hand, and then aligns the blade really well to go straight out. It just feels really good. Like, it's one of those knives that I'm half tempted to get a second one to actually use, but they are all pretty. They have different scale materials. Excuse me. Like I think I remember like a white pearl, and I forgot what else, carbon fiber and all that other stuff. But all with mirrored blades. They're all pretty. While I'd love to get a second one that I'd carry more often, I have a feeling as soon as I got a second one of these, I'd still want to just keep it away in a freaking case and never use it because they're just gorgeous looking. So yeah, this one admittedly sits in a case more often than anything. Even though I have a pocket slip clip for it. An actual gentleman's knife. Yeah, I'm very reluctant to use it. The most fancy that's probably one of the most fancy ones that I have. Actually, we can go over that. Hold on a second. If you guys are curious, let me move some of this stuff out of the well. Wow, I'm running out of space already. Some of the most fancy knives I have, that's definitely one of the fancier ones. You guys are going to laugh because these are some of my favorite knives. I don't care what anybody says. I've got my Squirrel Case Trapper in synthetic yellow. I've got my Squirrel Sodbuster, also in synthetic yellow. I've got another one of these coming because I found somebody got a good deal on another one of these. So I've wanted to use these, but I'm reluctant to use them because Squirrel, and these are also limited. I believe they only made 600 of these. And they only made 500 of these. You can still kind of find them places. And like I said, I found another one of these. But I've really wanted to just carry them around with me. But again, because they're limited, I'm reluctant to use them because if something were to happen, they're a little harder to replace. But now that I found a second one of the Sodbusters, I'm going to be carrying one of those around with me a lot. Not super fancy, but obviously hold a special meaning to me. Now if we were to get into fancy, these I consider fancy. Although these I also do carry with me actually quite a bit. This is the Remet Squirrel with oil slick titanium. They call it oil slick because it fingerprints like crazy. It's kind of actually purplish, but it sort of changes colors. This one's a slip joint by Remet. So your modern slip joint, oil slick titanium. The only thing about this, now it's called the Squirrel. Got it because of that reason. The scales on this one tend to be a little on the slickier side. This also comes in I think a lightning strike titanium, and I forgot what else. Maybe just a standard gray titanium. But actually a really cool slip joint in my opinion, a very strong slip joint. And M390 steel, super sharp. I'm trying to think of fancy. Ramet Woodpecker. I love this knife. With crystallized titanium scales. I like this because A, the crystallized titanium in what they call blurple, or at least I call it blurple. But you notice there's no pivot. You don't see a pivot. You don't see any screws. Yeah, I'm a squirrel addict. Have I ever had a custom knife made for me? No, not specifically. Well, I had one engraved by Titan Knives. I can show you that in a little bit, but not one specifically made for me. No. What was I saying about this one? Oh yeah, you notice no pivot, no screws, and the reason for this is because, let me close this up. This one, the way they did this, and they have a couple. Ramet makes a couple knives similar to this. If you want to take this one apart, there's this little bit of jimping on the back on the spine here. If you press down on it, the scale pops off and it's keyed. You got little keys here and holes here, and that gives you access to all the screws and the pivot and everything. So then if you wanted to take this apart, you can then take it apart. And then to put it back on, you just match the little keyholes. And you slide it back down, and it's really solid. Like no movement once you get the scale back on there. So however they did a really great job of machining the scales on this. But it gives it really clean lines because there's no pivot screw, there's no body screws, nothing. Even the pocket clip screw, you have to remove that scale in order to access the screw for the pocket clip. Not that you can reverse it, but yeah, if you wanted to take that off, you'd have to remove the scale on it. But really cool knife. They have this one in green crystallized. They have it in like a gray titanium, and I think they just recently this year came with like a pink crystallized titanium scale. But another one of my favorite knives, again from Ramet. I'm trying to think of other fancier ones. This one's a concept one with lightning strike titanium, mini cryo, Damascus steel. I thought these were really cool. Really interesting Damascus, I believe teardrop. Your metric for determining blurple is a Spyderco knife in an S110V. Urban Woodman. The blue crystallization stands out. Yeah, I think the crystallization on the blurple or the blue is amazing looking. The green looks pretty good, but I had to go with the blurple. Even the pink, I think, looks like the pink actually, in my opinion, at least from the photos I've seen, seems to come out better than the green does. That's just me. And this one was interesting because the lightning strike usually is much more blue. This one's much more copper than the other lightning strikes that I've seen before, which I actually kind of like. It's more blue on the other side. And we're just going over, somebody mentioned like my fanciest knives. So I'm going through trying to think of like the fanciest knives that I have. And probably one of my more expensive knives. I don't know if you'd call this fancy. This is the Two-Face. And this one, there we go. This one's by Ramet. This was kind of cool. It's one of my more expensive knives. It's called the Two-Face. I think partially because you've got a hollow and a flat grind on the blade, but also this one's kind of weird in the fact that this front flipper originally was a rear flipper, but they made it so you can unscrew it. You can take the rear flipper and you can make it a front flipper or vice versa. And I love it because the fuller works really well for reverse flipping. One of the more ergonomic knives that I really, really like. Kind of pricey though. I love the look. It just looks really neat to me. But I don't know if you call that fancy. Fancy, what would you consider fancy? You prefer hand fill? Do I prefer hand filling or minimal ergos? I prefer, honestly, I prefer hand filling. I will say some of the most comfortable knives that I've ever used in terms of ergonomics have to be some of the Spydercos. That Sage 5 that I got in G10, I love it. It's just so nice. It feels really good in the hand. It just the ergonomics on the Spydercos were one of the things that just amazed the crap out of me when I finally got my hands on them. Even the lightweight ones, which are thinner, just feel really good in the hand. But like I said, none of the Spydercos I have are going to win any beauty contests. I know people like to dress up their Spydercos. I'm tempted, but also I kind of weigh the cost. And I don't have anything against the Spydercos that I currently have. It's like, do I want to spend $100 on really nice titanium scales or buy another knife? I end up usually just buying another knife. I have nothing against the FRN. FRN scales are actually pretty nice, especially on the Spydercos. You guess rare or limited knives that I have? Well, the rare ones, like the squirrel knives, those are going to be relatively rare. Hang on a second. I drank a lot of coffee, so I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, I should probably remove this because I don't think you want to hear what's about to happen after I drank a lot of coffee. Okay, that was much needed. There we go. Is it storming over here? Not was it? I know I forgot the mic one time. One time. I don't know if anybody heard it. That actually gave me a minute to think. So rare and limited. Well, a lot of the traditional knives I actually have quite a few rarer, I guess you could say, and limited. Predominantly Coralon, because Coralon, each one's going to look different, and the guy that makes the Coralon, Michael Prater, he's the one that does all the Coralon. He generally makes them in limited batches. But when I say limited, they could be anywhere from 250 in a run to 2,500 in a run. So, there's a poop joke. So a lot of those are limited. I can pull some of those out. The other ones that I'm thinking, here. As far as modern knives are concerned, I got my Best Hex. These are limited. These were actually first production runs. This one is I can't remember the name. I know this one's called the Dolphin. I forgot the name of this one. It's a Best Tech Tercel. That's it. Says it on the blade. They don't make these anymore. I think they still might make the Dolphin. I'm not sure, but at the very least, you're not going to get these colorways anymore. This one was a first production run, 39 out of 100. serialized. It'll show up there. So yeah, 39 out of 100. First production run. This one was also a serialized. I don't believe you can get this color anywhere. I don't know if they're still making this model, but I know the color is limited to, this one's 14 out of 50. So that's that. You know very little about budget knives, because I started off with budget knives because at the time when I started collecting knives, it's not like I had a lot of cash. In fact, a lot of these knives that I did get, I got from reselling a lot of my older knives. Actually, I've held a few auctions on my own and ended up selling those. I had other limited that I have were those wild species that I showed, because I got a new wild species today. This one was the collaboration with Blade City and Ramet. I forgot how many of these they made with a copper foil carbon fiber wild series. Now these are limited budget knives because these are 14C28N steel. I believe these are M390. Oh no, I'm sorry, S35VN for these. These were 14C28N, and then I got the Going Gear and Ramet collaboration, which was that really brightly colored version that I already don't know what I did with. I put it back in the box. No, I didn't. I don't know what I did with it. God. Yeah, but I got knives everywhere and I forgot. Oh, there it is. So that Blade City one, and then this one was also limited. This one is a collaboration by same knife model, except this one was Going Gear. 14C28N, I showed that earlier. This one is serialized though. The Blade City one isn't serialized. This one is, what was it? 136 out of 300, I believe. So only 300 of these were made. The funny thing is, the Blade City one, I don't know about this one here, but the Blade City the one with the copper, I believe I got it for around $90. But I've seen it on the secondhand market for close to 200 now. Shanman! Looking for a great EDC folder that don't break the bank, made in the USA. That all depends on what do you mean by don't break the bank. And I'm assuming you're talking about more modern. I've got some possible suggestions if you want made in the USA. Also depends on whether you're fine with like put together, like assembled in the USA, but don't mind if some of the materials are outsourced. Kershaw's gonna say was gonna be the first one that comes to mind. But really depends on what do you mean by not break the bank. Bucks are good. But as far as like modern day EDCs or modern EDCs, if you like traditional style, yeah, I'd actually say you like Buck 110. But if you want something more modern, in all honesty, one of my favorite knives ever, Kershaw Bel Air. And you can usually get these at, I think this is the original with the gray or tan, I forgot what color they call this, beige, anodized aluminum scales with the black stonewashed blade. These used to be about 140. I've seen these for a little less now, for like 120, just under 130. Magna cut steel, really thin, slicey, good steel. They're, I believe they call it a Duralock. It's a crossbar lock with dual thumb studs, made in the USA, Kershaw or Kai USA, stamped on the blade. And they do have a lot of other colors now available, and a lot of even other blade styles or blade profiles available. This was the original Bel Air. And I know that these are going less than I think on average Bel Air is going to be about 140 to between 140 to 150 bucks. But I think these were going for like 120 to 130 now. So you're probably one of the best knives you'll ever find in terms of USA made and materials. Hogue's another one. Hogue Ritter isn't the most expensive. Yeah, again, it depends on your budget. I'm going in my case. I figure 120 isn't completely destroying a bank. I know it's over 100, but when you start going under 100, I'm trying to think. I mean, the only other knives I can think of are case knives, like the Muskrat, for example. I believe you can get these for about 90. Trappers from case can vary widely. I've seen them go for as low as 60 to being over, like, I've seen some for like $300. I'm trying to think of another modern though that's US made. And I don't have any Hogue myself, to be quite honest, so I can't speak too much about Hogue. I just know that they're another popular brand when it comes to USA made knives. The other one that comes to mind, the thing is I believe these are assembled in the US, but some materials might be sourced outside of the US. And I believe you can get these for around 50 to 80. And these are Bear Ops Nakamas. These are actually pretty popular on Green Whatnot. These are crossbar lock blades. 14C28 and steel, I believe. Yeah, 14C28 and steel, aluminum scales. Kind of like a slightly larger Kershaw. But like I said, these are called Bear Ops, owned by Bear and Sons. But I believe these are assembled in the USA. And some of the materials might be outsourced outside of the US, might be sourced outside of the USA. From what I understand, I'm not 100% positive. This is just what I've heard. But otherwise, actually a pretty darn nice knife. I've actually got two of these. This one is with a gray or dark gray aluminum scale. And then I had another one because I thought they were just nice. This one's black with copper accents, blackened or black wash blade. Both with a kind of Tonto style drop point blade. You can just see the barest hint of a secondary point there. Otherwise, nice secure crossbar lock. The ones I have, at least, are pretty darn nice. I haven't heard too many complaints on these. At least not that I've heard. So far, everybody, the majority, as far as I know, everybody that I know that's had one has really liked these blades. And these are sub 100. Like I said, I believe I've heard people getting them anywhere from 50 to 70 bucks. For the, I guess you can call this the most basic model, because I've seen some with different like colorizations and stuff like that might run a little bit more. But that's another thing. If you don't mind that some materials might be from outside the US. What's my favorite knife? Yeah, below 100, pretty much traditionals. What's my favorite knife? That's hard to say, because it can change, and it can change pretty quick, depending kind of like on my mood. I will say, if I were to go with like all-time favorite, like knives that I constantly go back to, I'll pull some out. Let me see. That one. This one. That one. It's hard. Like the Remet Woodpecker, the Two Face these were all favorites. They still are. Not, I say were. They still are. But all-time favorites, I would have to say, honestly, the Bel Air has been it continues to be a favorite. This one, this surprised the hell out of me this year, and I don't know how to describe it other than it's been amazing. This one is made by Keto, and there's a couple of reasons why this one stands out to me, and I really really like this. Is because I originally got, now we were talking earlier about like rares or limited editions. I picked this up. This one's a titanium scale. I believe this one's M390. Yeah, M390 with a gold TIN coating on the blade, DLC coating on the scales, carbon fiber inlays. And this was a limited run in this color with, I believe, Blade City. And I think they were limited to, 90 of these. So no more than 90 of these were made, I believe. Because I know it was under 100. And these ran about just over $200. And I just thought that was really cool looking. I wasn't sure about the shape and everything until I got it in hand. And holy crap. The ergonomics, it looks really angular, but the ergonomics on this knife, it's one of the more, I put it online against Spyderco in terms of comfort and feel. Ergonomically, this knife is fantastic. And you have a top liner, button actuated top liner lock. Every way you have to open this blade works really, really well. You got your thumb hole, you have a rear flipper, you've got a front flipper that I don't even have to think about to use. Oops, thumb slipped. Don't even have to think about to use. You got the top liner lock, of course. It's lightweight. It's a great size. It's called the Keto Mini Griffin. Okay, the thing is this thing ran over $200, and like I said, is limited. So, if something were to happen to this would piss me off. So again, this is another one of those I have carried, but I'm really reluctant to carry because I'll never be able to replace this unless I want to spend oodles and oodles and oodles of money. But what Keto did is they surprised the heck out of a lot of people, and they came out with a budget version. This is around like $80. And what they did is they have 14C28N steel for the blade, G10 for the scales. Everything else feels exactly the same as that one that's twice as expensive. Except this one is coming in at under $100. Otherwise, it's just, oh my God, I made my ear ring on that one. Just as snappy. All the ways to open it, exactly the same. Measurements, everything. And this came out just this year. And this has probably been one of the biggest surprises for me, aside from the Spydercos, when it comes to new knives released this year. Because the Spydercos have been around. They're new to me. But as far as new knives that came out this year, this was a huge surprise. Harpoon style blade, an interesting finger choil, but it works. And again, just super comfortable in the hand. And I love this knife. And the fact that they made a budget version that's under $100, I think they killed it with this knife. Definitely one of my favorite new knives for this year right here. Kershaw Bel Air, all-time favorites. The Sage 5 has quickly become a very big favorite of mine. Again, I got a second one because I like it so much. This one's Spy 27. The one I got before is a lightweight and Magna Cut. I just like Magna Cut. So, I'm not even that much of a hard knife user. Like, Magna Cut is more steel than I will ever need. But I just like the properties of Magna Cut. So, I choose to get Magna Cut whenever I get a chance. But yeah, probably right now, my top 3 favorite knives have to be these, along with the Kershaw Bel Air for just being all-time favorite and still a favorite of mine. Now, I know somebody mentioned that like they have one favorite that goes up above all others. Oh, and I forgot about this. This is another favorite. God dang it. My 80-20.5. I know there's a lot of people have, or somebody said that they have one all-time favorite, and I have nothing against that. There's a reason why I have a hard time with mentioning favorites in my collection, and that's because I'm not really made of money. I sacrifice a lot in order to pick up knives. I pick up a knife, and I might be eating ramen for a week, or I'll sell something, or I'll trade something, or I will just do without something else that I don't think I really need in order to pick up something new. Hey, William, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So I have to watch my money. If I'm going to buy a knife, I do research. Like, it took me a while to get into Spyderco. I did a lot of reading. I did a lot of looking at reviews. I did a lot of listening to what people were saying about Spydercos to make a good choice on what Spydercos I wanted to start out with, because they're expensive. So the reason why I have a lot of knives in my collection, why I consider a lot of knives in my collection to be favorites, is because when I'm spending my money on a knife, I want to make sure I'm putting money on a knife that I'm going to like. I don't want to spend $100 on a knife that I'm going to hate. I don't want to spend $100-$200 on a knife that I'm going to dislike. So I'm gonna, my money's gonna go to knives that I know I'm either going to like, or I've researched a lot, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to like them. Otherwise, they don't last long in my collection. And I have had knives that I've gotten rid of because they just, I've done it before where I've dropped some money on a knife, thinking I was gonna like it, and I'd get it in hand and be like, I hate this thing. I abhor this thing. Not too many. I haven't done that with too many because, again, like I said, I'm trying to be careful with a lot of my cash. I only have so much. I have to be able to eat. I have to be able to pay rent, or pay bills, things like that. So I am very much. I'm much more particular about what I get. As far as like Bel Air is premium enough, yeah. I don't have to go into customs or anything like that. The most I've ever spent on a knife, I believe, was this one here. And that's because I really wanted the knife. But at the same time, anything above this, I think this one was like $250. Anything above that, at that point, it's become, I already have enough knives that are not even $100 that I have a hard time carrying and using because they're so pretty to me. And they're not even that expensive. I personally don't see, for me, I know there are a lot of people that enjoy carrying $600 knives, $1,000 knives, and things like that. For me, again, I'm not the heaviest user. If I'm using a knife, I'm cutting cardboard, cordage, cables, ties, things like that. I'm not the heaviest user in the world. After $250 is for a nice, pretty premium knife. After that, it's like I don't see any use for me to have it, other than to stare at it. Like, I'd be horrified to get a knife over $300. It's not going to go anywhere. I already have knives that are under $100 that don't go anywhere because they're too pretty, or they, whatever. Anything over $300 for me definitely wouldn't go anywhere because then I'd never be able to replace it. The Bel Air, it's a great knife, and you get good steel with it. MagnaCut's my favorite steel for pocket knives. And again, it's more steel than I'll ever probably quote need, but I like the property. In terms of properties, it's got some of the best well-rounded properties for a knife steel in terms of edge retention, corrosion, resistance, toughness, and things like that. Usually, if you get something that has, you want great edge retention, something else ends up tanking. Maybe it's you got something with great edge retention, but now it's no longer very tough. It tends to be a little bit more brittle and can chip easily. Things like that. This has some of the best properties all around, like even across, around the board. Will I ever take full advantage of those properties? Probably not, but I just like it. You were better off once your 80/20 build cost you $1,000. I couldn't do it. Believe me, if I had the money, I probably would. If I won the lottery, I'd have $1,000 knives, $5,000 knives. I've seen some pretty freaking knives out there, but no, where I'm at now, I can't fathom spending that much, because again, I like to eat. I need food. I can only eat so much ramen before my doctor yells at me about high blood pressure. Yeah, and if you're still thinking about the Bel Air, again, they do come in different styles. They might be a little bit more expensive, but they come in different styles and colors. They came out with a clip point. They came out with an extra large version. I have this one. I also have a anodized blue that I like to carry around. This is another, both of these. I freaking love these blades. They're just great knives. Yeah, if I really like a knife, I tend to get two of them, because I like to have one as a backup. As weird as that sounds, I have so many knives. I have a lot of backups, but in terms of like specific knives, I like to have a very specific backup. I would carry any of these knives here that I showed you earlier. Now this isn't US made. This is I don't know where this is made. I'd like to say China, but still a fantastic knife. I would carry any of these knives, case knives, without hesitation. Whereas, remember I showed you this one, I'd be like, I'm too pretty to carry. I have to protect this in a case, or my, before, I don't want anything to happen to such a beautiful knife. It's so pretty. I can't imagine getting a scratch on that mirror edge. That would make me cry. So yeah, I do have some knives that I have a hard time carrying. These, without hesitation. These are amazing knives. And when I say like this Spyderco, I don't even mention just this Spyderco. Any of the Spydercos I have, I would carry without hesitation. No problem whatsoever. I know they can, one, I know they can handle it. Two, they're just fantastic knives. And fidgety. Especially this guy. This one's fidgety as hell. You got so many ways to deploy this thing. And it sounds cool. Two 940s, two Ritters, two 4Maxes, two Manix 2s. Really, I would love a Manix 2. I'm debating on a Manix 2, but again, food. Two zigzags. But what? Zigzags? You were buying doubles at the start. Oh, that's what you're talking about. You buy, yeah, because it's it. Okay, do you buy doubles for the same reason that I'm thinking about buying doubles? Because, like I said, I bought this, realized I'm carrying this a lot, realized that I'd be devastated if something happened to it. That I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to get a second one, just in case something happens to my first one. I already have one of these in hand. Is that because that's what goes through my head sometimes? Like, I like this knife. I have to have a second one just in case. Or in the case of this one, I got this one because the other knife was too pretty to carry, but I wanted to carry it. But it was too pretty, too limited to carry. So I got this one because I like the knife so much. This one I have no problems carrying, where I feel horrible if something happened to the limited edition one. Or spare parts. There you go. Or spare parts. Yeah, that's a good thought. I do want to get a second one of these. Although these things are beefy as hell. Like, I'd be shocked if anything happened to this thing. I mean, short of being run over by like a vehicle or something. I know these will take it. Same thing with the Spydercos. Spydercos are tanks. As far as folders go. But yeah, that was my reasoning for getting seconds. Just because, yeah, something I was afraid something was going to happen. I wanted a second one on hand, especially if they end up limited or whatever. Those back. As far as traditionals, I have a lot of limited traditionals. A lot of them are in a freaking box, though. I bought a new hard case because I've got so many little boxes with nowhere to put the knife. I got a hard case for Christmas. Cost about $100, but the sucker holds like 90 knives. And I'm thinking of putting a lot of my traditionals in there that should hold the majority of my case knives. I think it should hold all of my case knives. I haven't started filling it yet. I still have to open up all the spots on the case, but I haven't determined what's going to be putting in there. You love overbuilt so much. I've been wanting, what do they call them? I forgot who makes it. The name Messer comes to mind. They're like they're like ridiculously overbuilt. But I want like at least one for my collection at some point. I don't know when that's ever going to happen, but at some point, hopefully that'll happen. Oh, here we are. My most rarest knife. And a very special knife to me. This one's case. This is because this knife was born on the same year I was. Maybe, I don't know if it's a Praetorian. I just know it's like freaking thick. This knife was born the same year I was. I'm not going to say the year. People have figured it out. You guys can guess. I am old. This is a two-bladed Hunter by Case. It is a vintage knife. Got it used. Obviously, but well taken care of. It has been sharpened, has been used, but still in fantastic condition. Still cost me about $200. But I was determined to get a knife that was born the same year that I was. And if you're curious as to what that is, then you guys, if you know your case, to give you an idea how old I am, if you know your case knives, you'll be able to figure it out by this here. So there you go. So if you want to know how old the knife is, all you have to do is look that up. And you can figure it out. Nope. 1892. How old do you think I am? I'm not that old. 1892, my ass. Back off. I'm not that old. It's not that old. If it was 1892, that would also be more expensive. Good grief. That would be a lot more expensive if that was 1892. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't be able to afford the knife if it was 1892. But yeah, a lot of somebody mentioned like rare knives. A lot of my unique knives admittedly are from Case, like this cinnamon mini trapper. Now these are still available. They're not super expensive, but no two are going to look alike. And I have a thing for limited or just interesting, not unique knives. And when it comes to Case, there's a crap ton of them, which is why I have so many Case right now. I might have gone just a tad overboard on Case knives. Did somebody figure it out yet? Yeah, it's not 1892. I do not fart dusts in coffee. Well, maybe. Probably a lot more coffee. I drink a crap ton of coffee. Oh, this one's a rare one. I've showed this before. You'll see why. You'll see why. I've shown this before. This was the first. This was actually one of the first case knives I've got. Case Wildlife Series Antique Bone Squirrel. As far as I know, only 500 of these were made. I don't know if you could find these new. You might be able to find these new. I've realized that they are much, much harder to find now. They were hard to find when I was looking for them. I like heard about them and I was like, I gotta find one. And it took me a while. Wildlife Series Squirrel. This is bone, antique bone. These are etched scenes, which means they are engraved scenes. You can feel each individual leaf. But yeah, this one stays in its jeweled case until I can put it in a display. But this is probably one of my first case knives. It was definitely my first squirrel knife I ever bought. I've managed to buy every commercially made squirrel knife I could find, except for one. It's a cheap fixed blade, and I'm torn because I don't really care for it, but it's called a squirrel, and it's cheap as shit. So I don't know if I want to. It's one of those I want to because his name's Squirrel, but I don't know if I want to bother because it's cheap as hell. Excuse me. Yeah, it was my goal to buy as many squirrel knives. I wish I could say they made it just for me, but they did not. Any knife that's given to me as a gift, I consider to be very special to me. This one's another one that's limited. Another case knife. I believe you can't find this particular color anymore, or at least I haven't been able to find this color anymore. I've seen them in different colors, like actually no, the purple I think is gone too. This one is a case roses. This is done like the squirrel, where they're etched, except this is a really cool black and red. Black and red are just I love, as you can see there. But a case roses. These I believe were limited also. I don't know how limited they were. I'd like to say they were limited to 500, same as the squirrel one. Gary, welcome to the stream. How you doing? But absolutely beautiful knife. Just gorgeous. But yeah, as far as limited rare knives, these are some of my most precious ones. And I count gifts as precious ones too. Like this one, like I said, Chasing Blades got this one to me. It's not rare. It's not even that expensive. But it was a gift and therefore is now placed on that same pedestal as any of my rare, hard to find, limited edition knives. Because regardless of how many of these knives exist in the world and how easily it might be to obtain these knives, this is the only one in the world that was gifted to me by some really awesome people. So in that regard, to me, this is one of my more rare knives. And I will always remember that. Might not be the most expensive, might be still available, but that type of stuff matters to me. As far as other rarities, like I said, these are Coralon. These are also case knives. But these are the ones I was talking about. They're made by Michael Prater. He designs the scales. And Case isn't the only ones that he makes these scales for. I know he's made them for Frost Cutlery, Baron Sun, and various other manufacturers. But the interesting thing about these is Coralon is kind of like melted on or molded on. There's no pins, as you can see. This one to do with the cleaning. There's no pins. And this one's called a Fire in Box. No two, I mean, they'll have probably the similar colors, but no two fire in box knives, because by nature of the way these scales are done, no two are going to look the same. They're all going to have different swirl patterns and stuff like that. So you'll never come across one that looks exactly the same. And this has a really cool sheen on it. Designed by or made by Michael Prater. This one you can already see it's one of 2,500. You always the Corallons are always limited, but the amount can vary. I've seen Corallons that were limited to a run of 250. I've seen others limited to, like, this one's 2,500. I've seen some limited to 2,700. So it can be any range around there. This one's a trapper. And I've seen various colors. This one's called the Fire in the Box. And just a gorgeous color. You've been looking at Case Muskrat Ultraviolet. Oh, the Ultraviolet Roses. That's one I've been looking for. That's also one I've been having a hard time because I think the majority of those, at least new, are sold. I I've tried to acquire them by several means, and I have not been lucky at all. Actually, let me check one more place. I thought somebody said they were getting they still might have some. I'm not going to mention because if I can get it, I'm getting it. It's mine. But yeah, I've a lot of them. Deadwood, does Deadwood still have some? Okay, Deadwood would be the other place to check then. Might have been Deadwood. I know that they come in a muskrat. The ultraviolet comes in a muskrat. Comes in a rust lock. And I think came in a baby dock. I wanted the I really wanted the musk. Oh, it also comes in a butterbean. Okay, yeah, baby dock, butterbean, muskrat, rustlock, and those are and a Congress, I think, or is that the same color? No, does not. The ultraviolet does not come to Congress. I know those are limited to 500 as well, and if Deadwood has them, they might be one short soon. I keep trying to get them from Chasing Blades, but I think these are exclusives, and I know Chasing Blades tends to have trouble getting exclusives. Yeah, the baby dock is in stock also. I don't know if you guys knew or not, but if you like baby docks, I know for some people some people love them, some people don't. I like baby docks personally. I think they're really neat. They're very interesting knives to me. But if you like baby docks, snatch them now, because baby docks are going into the vault. When Case puts a pattern into the vault, that means they are no longer making them. So at the end of this year, they are not going to be making any new baby docks. So if you want a baby dock, get them now, because after this year, you're going to only find either new old stock from people that have been hoarding them, stores or shops that have new old stock and things like that. And more often than not, once they put them in the vault, they're going to start asking more money for them. So if you want to get a baby dock, regardless of pattern, now's the time to do it. You've got a couple days. You've got till like the new year. I don't know exactly what date. I just know they're going to stop production at the end of this year. That's all I know. Whether it's exactly the end of this year or not, I have no idea. But yeah, you want to get a hold of one as soon as you can. Otherwise, you probably can still find them. You'll just end up paying a lot more for them. They're going to start getting expensive, is what I'm saying. Oh, wait, what? How much is that? Oh dear God. So the muskrat is a lot less than I thought it was going to be. The muskrat might also be making it into my shopping cart. Crap, damn it. I wasn't exactly planning on buying anything today. Update. I said update, damn it. The ultraviolet baby doc is calling to you. Do it. I'm more than happy to like encourage people to suffer from the same sickness I do because reasons. Shut up, Morgan. You're not my mom. I can't. It's in my shopping cart. It's in my shopping cart already. What am I supposed to do? I can't just remove it from my shopping cart. That's like rude. I don't understand how this works. I've removed one hand from the keyboard, but my other hand, it doesn't want to listen to me. It's just buy it now. I used to do puppets for a very brief moment, so if you're wondering how well I'm doing this, it's never mind. Delete? Let me delete. Hold on. Let me see if I can delete this off of my thing. So I currently have the muskrat in my shopping cart. So I figure if I just let me see here. So you delete it off your shopping cart by hitting, it says purchase, right? That's the delete button. Is that the delete button? Purchase means delete, right? Because if I do that, it clears from my shopping cart. Right? Isn't that how it works? I mean, I thought that's how it works. I mean, I could be wrong. That's how you get it out of the shopping cart. Is the purchase button clears the cart. Oh, okay. I get it now. So if I click the purchase button, that just wipes it off my cart. All right. I think I understand. Oh yeah, see, there you go. It's out of my cart now. I just had to hit the purchase button. Yeah, see, okay, my cart's empty, so we're good. We're good. There's nothing left in my cart. So we're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's no longer in my cart anymore. I don't have to worry. We're good. Yeah, see, it says 0. There's nothing. Cart is empty. So we're good. We're good. Oh god, I'm gonna need another case. I haven't even started the case. Hold on. I'll show you that thing. This thing is massive. I was like, that'll be a nice case. That thing holds like 90 knives. That'll be perfect. And then I took it out of the box. I'm like, this thing is fucking massive. You ever watch the movie Spaceballs? You ever watch the movie Spaceballs where that giant ship is like, for like half a minute, is like flying past the screen? Oh, the green apple bone? I love green apple bones, by the way. I think they look awesome. Okay, so picture Spaceballs where the ship is still like just flying across the screen for like a minute. And just picture the music. I do not have the link to this case in my description, but I'll put it in there. I know I'm moving it slow, but this thing is huge. Hold on, I need room. Good grief! I haven't even cleaned my muskrat yet. I've cleaned the red bone. I have to clean the muskrat. I've got a lot of cleaning to do. I've got so many things to do now. I've got to clean my closet. Get this out of the way. Where's my trash? There you are. Move that. I don't even know if I can. Okay. Ugh! I still don't have room. I still don't have room. Close. This thing holds. Ow. I can't even. This thing has 4 latches, by the way. 2 side latches, 2 forward latches, lockable, watertight. Dense foam. This holds 90. And the way this works is you pull out the block, and the blocks even have different sizes. So you can see there. So if I have a small knife, I can leave this part in. It'll fit in there. If the knife is thicker, I can pull that out. If the knife is short, I can cut this in half and stick it down to the bottom. And this holds 90. And this is called the Case Club. I'll put a link in the description. I hope I can remember to do that. But this is by far the biggest case I have. The other cases that I've got another case by Casematics that holds like 56 that's currently filled. And then I have 2 smaller ones from Casematics that hold 40 each. And they are currently filled, which is why I wanted to get another case. And I saw that held 90. I was like, oh, I'll just get that because that holds 90. It's freaking massive. Let me see if I can find a link to it. Case Club 90 folding knife case. White coats captured you once. Took a month to convince them that I could be released. Ain't white. No white coat's gonna catch me. They do that in Hitchhiker's Guide. If you like the green apple bones, grab it. Oh my God! Hold on a second. Case Club makes a bigger one. What? I did not see that before. $170 holds 147 knives. How the freak do you carry that around? Good grief, Case Club. On it. No, I don't. Okay, here's the one that. Oh, okay. So I apparently got mine at a deal because I know I didn't pay that much for it. Oh, is it not available on Amazon anymore? I'm not seeing it anymore. That's interesting. I see Case Clubs 55. I see a Case Club 147, which is insanely expensive. I have a good one, Dead Viking Trolls. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. If you haven't yet, check out the Discord. Share some pics. I love to see pics. Makes me spend it. No, don't share pics. It makes me spend it. I'll share pics. I want to see. Yeah, you know what? I don't see it anymore. Oh, that's kind of a bummer. They do still sell them on the website, but apparently they don't sell the size case that I have anymore. They sell a smaller case and they sell a bigger case. They don't have the 90 case. And the 90 case you can buy from their website for 127. I know I paid less than that. So yeah, kind of bummed out. I thought I could share this with you guys, and you guys can get a neat case for $90 or $100, but I was wrong. I don't know why they're not selling it on Amazon anymore, or if they're phasing that out. You'd finance a zombie tool for me, Dur, or for me. I don't know why I say Dur. Full tang blades. I have nothing against full tang blades. I just most of the knives I collect are folders. I have nothing against fixed blades or full tang blades. I have quite a lot of them. I just don't get them as often. I don't purchase them as often. I still like them. I've got a lot of Damascus steel and a lot of tool steel from Titan knives. I have a very interesting one from. Oh, this one was from Chasing Blades. This is one of my favorites. They even signed it for me. No, oh yeah, okay. So yeah, this is again when we're talking about limited and special blades. This is definitely one of them. This is a one of four made rubbed worn. It's an inside joke from Texas Knives, Damascus steel. They used two types of stainless on this one, which I thought was freaking awesome, and mesquite wood handles, if I remember correctly. Yeah, mesquite, and just a really cool little fixed blade cutter. I love it. It just looks really neat. Feels really good in the hand, and the fact that they signed it came in its special leather sheath. So yeah, there you go. Another limited, very special knife that I really really love. Fantastic knife, and I got one of four of these suckers made. Yeah, I made sure they held on to one of them for me because I was like, oh no, I'm not letting that go. It's A, it's too pretty. B, there's only four of them made. C, they were willing to sign it for me. And the funny thing is, I don't think they were intending to do any signings or anything like that, but I was like, oh no, I want you to sign the leather for me. And then I think everybody else that bought one of these, the other three people, had to have them signed as well. But the reason why they called them rub worn is because somebody, I can't remember, it was me, or it could have been me, would make the joke that, oh, yeah, so every time he would show a knife on his, every time he would show a knife that he was selling at auction, you know, obviously he's showing the knife, he's describing the knife, but he had a tendency to rub the knife. And I would start making jokes about it. And like he's gonna wear the knife down, he's rubbing it very, very seductively, or I just start making jokes. So when they did a collaboration with Texas Knives USA, they called it rubbed worn because of that. That's what the inside joke is. There you go, Chasing Blades on the other side. But yeah, it's just a beautiful Damascus knife, and the fact that I love the fact that it's stainless steel for both types, because they use stainless steel for both types of steels. The Damascus, I believe they say 147 layers to this, 146, 147, something like that. Layers in the Damascus, but just a really really cool knife. I have other Damascus blades, like from, for example, Titan International. I have a lot from them. But this one definitely is probably my favorite out of all of the fixed blade knives that I've gotten from them. Um, Titan Blades did do something special. Where is it? I don't know if I have it out here or if I have it. Oh, okay. No, I don't have it out here. They did do one where they etched my logo on the blade. I put it somewhere for safekeeping. I just can't remember where I put it. I put it in a box. Of course, I put it in a box. I just can't remember which box I put it in. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I think I buried that thing. It's in a box. Again, I have to clear out my closet. But they etched the EDC Squirrel logo on one side of the blade, so they did something special. Not that it was special just for me; they were etching stuff for everybody. But I thought that was kind of neat. But yeah, that's. I still have plenty more like limited or unique knives That Vosteed that I showed earlier was a limited because that's a collaboration between Going Gear and Vosteed. However, they still make the knife. It's just a limited color or color combination, I should say, that I don't believe they're making anymore. I don't know what the number was. At least that's what they said, that it's a limited number, and that was this one, the Corgi. I've always wanted a Corgi, and it was kind of neat that I happened to catch them with a limited collaboration. So that's pretty cool. And the nature of these scales, you're not going to see scales that look exactly the same. They're going to naturally look different from knife to knife, which I think is kind of neat. Now I have a little Corgi. So yeah, I've got a few. I do have a taste for like limited series. I really shouldn't, but I can't help it sometimes. Because I don't know. I just think they're really pretty. It doesn't always keep me from using a knife, but a lot of cases it may. I may not use a knife because of the fact that it's limited. It depends. There's a lot of factors that go into it. It depends on the availability. It depends on the cost. It depends on a few things. The problem with limited knives is if you like to use your knives, the only problem with limited knives is if something happens to them. I mean, more than likely, I don't know how you're going to get another one. If you're lucky, they're still available. If not, you might have a hard time. So, but at the same time, I like uniqueness. I like that interesting, unique knife that you might not be able to find anywhere. You're wearing your case hat. I have my case hat. I'm not wearing it at the moment, but I have my. Where's my case hat? I thought it was next to me. I was wrong. Hold on a second. This one I also got from Chasing Blades. I get a lot from Chasing Blades. They're awesome. But I did something with special with this one. I didn't realize how hard these were to find, and I'm not talking about the hat. I'm talking about this. It's a case hat pin, and I got so lucky I happened upon the Squirrel. Because they have others. They have like a deer, I think a bear, a rabbit. I can't remember what else. But I got lucky, and somebody was auctioning off a series of hat pins, and nobody had bought the Squirrel yet. They're not terribly expensive, but I think I ended up fighting for this one, if I remember correctly, and I think normally there might be like I saw the others selling for like 12, and I ended up fighting somebody for it. I think this one was close to $20 for the hat pin. So I had that. There's my case hat with Squirrel hat pin. So yeah, I might have a case addiction now. I blame Chasing Blades for my case addiction. I made a mess. I've got a lot to clean up. Shit. But I think we're getting close to, because it's already, good God, it's already almost 6 o'clock. I haven't even had lunch. I am freaking hungry. So I think we're coming to a conclusion tonight for today's stream. I've still got a lot of cleaning. I've got a lot of organizing to do. This happens every stream. Even if I only have like 1 or 2 knives, because I end up pulling everything out. I've got to clean my muskrat still. I don't know if I have to oil. I think this one I already took care of. I know the other ones like the Vosteed, the Concept. I still have to give a once over, clean those up. I don't know why I put them back in the box. I should keep them out so I can clean them up. The Best Tech I know I already took care of. The Second Amendment one, not an expensive knife, but just kind of neat. But yeah, those were all the knives that I got this last week, the Christmas knives. Let me know what you guys think. And yours is Case and WR Case and Sons. Did mine just say Case? Yeah, mine just says Case XX. What was your favorite knife that you've, not even just the new ones that you've seen today? I know these were the new ones for today. I obviously had a few more that I showed. My favorite knife, really, my case knife with a clip, because it was such a surprise. I really did not expect. Now, I knew that they might be sending something, as a thank you and stuff like that. That Chasing Blades might send something as a thank you. I honestly thought it was going to be something along the lines of maybe like a slip, a cloth, a little, maybe even a little knife roll or something. I did not, in my wildest dreams, did not think they were going to send me such an awesome knife. And so, yeah, that holds a very special place for me. Regardless of how cool these knives are, I do love these knives. Don't get me wrong. This is an amazingly cool looking knife. But my favorite one today or this week has to be this one. The red bone. What is this? Dark red bone peach seed jig trapper with a clip. Definitely my favorite out of the new ones that I got. Because thank you, Chasing Blades, for being such an awesome seller. I'm really glad I got to know those guys. And they're just absolutely amazing. They don't really schedule their shows, but if you're on Whatnot, or if you're thinking about checking out Whatnot, go look for them. They're called Chasing Blades. They're usually on at around 10:30 a.m. Sometimes they'll start a little later, but usually on at like 10:30 a.m. from Tuesday to Friday, and they usually take Saturday to Monday off. So if you ever get on Whatnot, go check them out. Let them know that I sent you, and give them a holler for me. But really, truly amazing guys. Super glad I met them. And yeah, that's got to be my favorite right there. That one holds a special place. If it wasn't for that, if it wasn't for this, I'd probably say the concept. It's a tough call between these two, but I really think this concept is really neat. But this is here, so this gets it. But anyway, I think that's going to be it for tonight because A, I'm hungry. B, I've been drinking nothing but coffee. That can't be healthy. And I need to clean up and start organizing crap. I'm going to be spending a lot of time this weekend organizing stuff into that case and cleaning stuff. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Hey, Owl Watches, welcome. You just bought your first EDC. Arrives tomorrow. Spyderco Enduro 4. Did I make a good choice? Yes. Spyderco. That's all you need to know. I am new to Spyderco. I will admit I'm new to Spyderco, but I've gotten a few since I started. I've only been using Spyderco for the last month, but every knife I've gotten from them has been absolutely amazing. They're not going to win beauty contests, but they are good, hardworking, function over form knives. I love them. So if you're looking to solidify your choice, yeah, I think you did a good choice. I don't think you can go wrong. Excuse me, my voice is going. But anyway, yeah, I think you did. I think you did well. I mean, if you're looking for other suggestions, sure, I can give you other suggestions. But I need food. You think they look? I think they look weird, but they're growing on me. This is a Native 5. The Native 5 looks the most normal to me. But admittedly, my favorite has to be the Sage 5, which is, this is my Magna Cut one. The Sage 5s are my favorite. Ergonomically, I think they're freaking amazing. The Para 3s still look kind of weird to me, but it's growing on me. They still look funny, but I'm starting to like them. I still like the profile of the Sage 5 better though. But it's not like I hate the look of this now. before I just thought these looked way too weird. It's just like, ugh, they're like ugly. But like I've mentioned before, Spyderco didn't make these to win beauty contests. They made these to work really well. And in that regard, they did a fantastic job with these knives. I've gotten a few of them. Another Sage 5, this one is Spy 27. So yeah, I think they're amazing knives. I'm glad I got on board with them. I'm glad I finally took the chance to give them a chance. Like I said, I felt like I couldn't say anything about them because I didn't own one until recently. So now I feel like I've got a better grip on why people talk about them like they do. I understand why people like them so much. It's because they're just really, really good knives. Why try Benchmade? Benchmade I don't have any of yet, so I can't really speak much about it. I've heard a few things, both good, both bad, but I can't really give my own judgment because I don't own a Benchmade. They do tend to be pretty pricey. Like I'd love to get like a bug out, for example, but I know a lot of the bug outs tend to run quite a bit. So especially the type of bug out that I would want, because I would love to get one in Magna Cut. So I know that's going to be pricey. The Blue Sage is your favorite out of these? Yeah, the Blue Sage is the most recent one that I got. And it's nice. It feels so good because it has a slightly, well, no, it's not even that. I don't think the scales are thicker, but the G10 feels really good in the hand. I mean, I thought the FRN was okay, wasn't bad, but oh my god, the G10 on this thing feels so good. Nice and grippy. Freaking love it. Actually, technically, this was one of the new ones for this week because I got it this week. So this should be out here too. That should be out there as well. This one I got earlier, so that's that's not out there. But yeah, these knives new for this week, including this trapper. I'm not pulling it out of the box. Got so much stuff out of the box already. The red bone being a favorite because it's special to me now. My first case muskrat. I think I have a Rough Rider muskrat, but I might have sold it. But my first case muskrat in 6.5, the Corgi, limited edition, going gear, collab, the concept limited edition Orion, Spyderco Sage 5 in G10 and Spy 27 steel, the Drop Bear 2 top liner lock with a sheep's foot blade. Oh, let me know. Let me know in the comments below if you're not seeing this until like after the stream. But let me know what you guys what's your favorite out of the new ones that you've seen. Am I missing one? Oh yeah, the Best Tech. I feel like an idiot. I hit my phone. I forgot about the Best Tech. Can't leave the Best Tech out. This was also new this week. There's the Best Tech. Oh, I'm running out of room. There's the Best Tech. Let me know what your favorite was out of the new ones of this week. Personally, again, I'm going with a red bone because that was a gift from Chasing Blades to me. And thank you. You can't say thank you enough. If it wasn't for that, I'd have to say either the Corgi or the Concept. Or probably, oh no, the Spider. God dang it, I like them all. Shut up. I can't pick. You guys pick. What's your favorite? Anyway, thanks again. I don't know if, hold on, do I have a window open? I don't know if anybody's streaming. I was gonna say I could raid somebody because I've never raided anybody in this channel, but I don't know if I can. I had it set up to raid and then it didn't work. I think something might. I don't know if I can raid with this channel. I'm gonna take a peek. If we can raid somebody, I'm gonna raid somebody. Otherwise, we'll just end this. I think I tried to raid somebody last time and it didn't work. Because my other channel, I'm able to raid without any problem. This one, for some odd reason, is being weird. Raid Brian. I'll see if I can raid him. Hold on a second. Let me see. I don't know if it'll work yet. Because yeah, it doesn't give me the raid. Oh, yeah, I can't raid. I saved change unless YouTube's being weird again. Because I set it up to raid, but it doesn't allow me to raid. I can receive raids, but not send. Oh, that's why. Okay, so I can receive raids. Okay, let's see. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, well, I guess we're just ending it for now. Thanks again for watching. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much for all your support. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Let's see. If you liked what you saw, please drop a like down below. And if you haven't yet, hit subscribe, hit the notification bell. That way you'll know when I drop a new video out. I'm going to be recording more videos for a lot of these knives, like the Corgi, the Concept. I haven't done yet. I know I recorded videos for these 3 already. I might even do some videos for the traditionals because I don't do too many on the traditionals. So keep an eye out for that. But hit that bell so you get notified when those come up. And I think that's going to be it. I don't have a closing for this still, so I'm just going to go ahead and end it here. But thank you guys for all the support. You guys have been absolutely amazing. And hope to see you in the next video. I'll be doing another live next week. Hopefully. I don't know how much I'll have in terms of new stuff, but we'll always find something to talk about. I hope. Anyway, thanks again. Hope to see you soon. Have a good night. And I'll be doing my gaming channel at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, bye. Just imagine some really cool closing Looney Tune thing going on right now because I'm just going to go ahead and click the end button. Bye.